All right, you may be seated. Good morning, jurors. Thank you so much for your patience. All right, next witness.
Just step before the judge, raise your hand.
Do you
Paul Peter Jr., but I've always been referred to as PJ Pesh.
Mr. Pesh, what do you television?
35 years.
Can you give the jury a background on your movies that you've directed and kind of a biographical sketch?
Sure. I attended Columbia University and studied under Martin Scorsese and did a short film that traveled around the world. I wound up getting a deal at Paramount in 1990. I directed a film for Roger Corman in 1991 that I wrote and directed. In 1995, I directed a Western with Sam Elliott that we actually shot at Bonanza Creek Ranch. That was also rather lower budgeted short schedule. I've directed 6 feature films and close to 100 hours of television. I've created television shows, written and sold movie scripts. I've worked for Paramount, Warner Brothers, HBO, Universal, Fox. Anything else?
That's a really good background, and I just want to ask you with regard to the Western on Bonanza Creek. That's also the site of where Rest was found. Is that right?
That's what I understand.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Pesh, it sounds like you have experience also with movies involving firearms.
Yes. Many of the television shows, and I think 4 or 5 of the 6 films, 2 of them were Westerns. One of them was one of the Sniper series with Tom Berenger. One of them was Smokin' Aces, which had a considerable amount of gunfire.
In your work on the movies involving gunfire, have you had the occasion to work with armors and prop masters?
I have.
And actually, in all of the movies you've done, I'm certain you've worked with prop masters.
Yes.
Okay, sir. And with regard to those movies that you've directed in television, have you worked with directors, first assistant directors, and understood people's roles on the set?
I have.
With regard to armors, have you ever worked on a prior film in which an armorer had split duties as an armorer and a props?
I have not.
With regard to this situation where there is a gun-heavy set I will represent to you, would you think, in your experience and what you've seen, it would be advisable to have a part-time armorer doing 2 jobs?
I would say that would be highly inadvisable.
Whose responsibility is it to properly staff with regard to the movie functions?
The line producer or the unit production manager.
When you have a set involving upwards of 20 firearms, would it be, in your experience, possible for a part-time armorer to manage that?
I wouldn't imagine so. One person can, each one of those weapons needs to be tracked pretty consistently for the set to remain safe. So I don't see how a single person can keep their eye on 20 firearms.
With regard to overall set safety, in your experience and background, who is in charge of that?
The first AD is considered in all of the published safety advisories, the chief safety officer on set.
Are you a member of various guilds?
I'm a member of the Writers Guild, the Directors Guild, SAG-AFTRA, which is the Actors Guild, and I also happen to be a member of the Musicians Guild.
Okay, so when you talk about safety rules, are some of those from those guilds?
Yes, there's I can't remember the name of the organization, but they sort of collectively represent all of the various guilds and issue recommendations for safety attaching to the call sheet each day.
Is it, in your experience, also something you've seen where there will be daily safety meetings on set, especially in a gun-heavy set?
Expert.
Yes, Your Honor, if he can give lay opinions on his experience, but also we would tender him as an expert.
I think we should approach.
So, Mr. Pitcher,
all of the literature, any firearms, special effects. But it's been my experience, but in the last 7 or 8 years since actor, but if it's a safety issue, anybody can call cut. And once cut is called, everything needs to stop. Because if there is a safety issue, obviously, that somebody has noticed, nothing else should take place. So yes, the first AD should speak to that performer.
when it comes to safety, what is your view as to everybody's responsibility on set?
Well, again, it's not just my view, but again, in the published literature of the various guilds, they indicate safety is everyone's responsibility. If there's a safety issue, there are anonymous hotlines for anybody to call and raise these issues.
And are those anonymous hotlines, are those published generally in your experience working on set?
They are usually with that safety recommendations that are attached to the call sheet.
And those hotlines, what do they provide for people to be able to do if they notice a safety failure?
You can call someone from your guild. Each of the studios has their own separate hotline. And as far as I know, that will allow you to anonymously, so you don't, look, if you report something, you could put your career in jeopardy. Nobody wants to do that. But the idea is that a representative can provide that information to somebody who will take action, such as the producer, the UPM, or the first AD.
In your experience, have you worked and seen the interaction between prop masters and armorers?
I have.
And can you tell the jury, in your experience generally, how they interact, who's in charge of the firearms and who's in charge of the ammunition, and then what the prop master role is?
Well, the prop master, more often than not, hires the armorer because that's a subset of that department. But the armorer is in charge of all ammunition, all firearms, maintaining them, keeping them safe, and inventorying the ammunition.
With those duties and responsibilities, would you believe it to be important in your experience to accord the armorer adequate time to do those duties?
Yes.
And would it be important to accord adequate resources for that armorer to do those duties?
Yes.
If there's a scenario where the armorer is dealing with a gun-heavy set, not having those resources, who would you expect to assist that armorer in getting those?
Props.
If there is a situation where there is a scene, a video, something's happening, and both the armorer and first assistant director witness a safety violation involving a weapon, for example, what would be your assessment whether one or both of them should say something about that?
I would say both of them should say something about it and figure out why it happened and make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Cross-exam.
A couple follow-up questions for you. Thank you for your time today.
Certainly.
So anyone on the crew can stop filming due to city concerns, is that right?
That's right.
And that includes Ms. Gutierrez.
That's correct.
And sir, did you read or watch the statements of Ms. Gutierrez in preparation for your testimony?
I did not.
That was my understanding. So are you aware that on October 21st, 2021, Ms. Gutierrez was not inside the church with the gun, not because she was working on props, but because she was just doing some other armorer duties?
Objection, Your Honor.
Do I need to restate the question? Do you
Yes,
remember?
yes,
Okay.
please.
So my question for you is, we saw some interviews from Ms. Gutierrez, and she does explain that she was not in the church because she was preparing her fanny pack and her blank ammunition for the next scene. You agree to you, not props work?
Yes.
Okay. And are you also aware, sir, that on the morning of the 21st, when the crew was waiting for replacement camera personnel to arrive, Ms. Gutierrez had approximately 3 hours to work on her preparation for the scenes that day?
I was not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Any redirect?
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Petch, if there was a scene going on inside the church at that time involving Mr. Baldwin and the firearm, if Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not in the church, would you have expected someone to have called her back in?
I would. If there's a firearm on set, there should be an armor on set.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're excused. Thank you. Council approach.
At this time, the defense rests.
Okay, thank you. All right, so both sides have rested. It's now my duty to give you the instructions of law. I'm going to read them to you, and then you will get a copy of the instructions, okay? The instructions I'm giving you are very helpful for the counsel to use in their closing arguments, okay? Which will follow. All right, so instruction number 1, you have heard all the evidence. It is now my duty to tell you the law that you must follow in this case. Instruction number 2, the law governing this case is contained in instructions that I'm about to give you. It is your duty to follow the law as contained in these instructions. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent unless and until you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of his or her guilt. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It is not required that the state prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. The test is one of reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. Instruction number 4, you are the sole judges of the facts in this case. It is your duty to guess or conjecture. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence your verdict. You are to apply the law as stated in these instructions to the facts as you find them, and in this way decide the case. Instruction number 5, your verdict must represent the considered judgment of each juror. In order to return a verdict, it is necessary that each juror agrees and try to reach an agreement. However, you are not required to give up your individual judgment. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but you must do so only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with your fellow jurors. In the course of your deliberations, do not hesitate to re-examine your own view and change your opinion if you are convinced it is erroneous, solely because of the opinion of your fellow jurors, or for the purpose of reaching a verdict. You are the judges of the facts. Your sole interest is to ascertain the specifics. Each crime charged in the information should be considered separately. Instruction number 7, you must not concern yourself with the consequences of your verdict. Instruction number 8, you must not draw any inference of guilt from this fact be discussed by you or enter into your deliberations in any way. Instruction number 9, you alone are the judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given. You should take into account the witness memory, manner while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice of all of the evidence in the case. Number 11, an expert witness is a witness who, by knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education, has become expert in any subject. An expert witness may be permitted to state an opinion as to that subject. You should consider each expert opinion and the reasons stated for the opinion, giving them such weight as you think they deserve. You may reject an opinion entirely if you conclude that it is unsound. Instruction number 12, For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following: the safety of another by handling or using a firearm of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's actions. Action 3, Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. 4, Hannah Gutierrez's act caused the death of Halyna Hutchins. 5, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction 12A. For you to find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter in count 1, alternative, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm intended to contain only in the safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2, Hannah Gutierrez should have known of the danger involved by Hannah Gutierrez's action. 3, Hannah Gutierrez acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others. This happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October 2021. Instruction number 13. For you to find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a deadly weapon as a lesser included offense charged in count 1, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. 2, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October. Instruction number 13A. For you to find the defendant acted negligent, you must find the defendant acted with disregard of the rights or safety of others and in a manner which endangered any person or property. Instruction 13B. In addition to the other elements of tampering with evidence, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted intentionally when she committed the crime. A person acts intentionally when she purposely does an act which the law declares to be a crime. Whether the defendant acted intentionally may be inferred from all of the surrounding circumstances, such as the manner in which she acts, the means used, or her conduct. Instruction number 14. You have been instructed on the crimes of involuntary manslaughter and the lesser included offense of negligent use of a firearm as charged in count 1. It is up to you, the jury, to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on the crimes charged in that count. However, to return a verdict, you must follow the procedure described in the next instruction. Instruction number 15. To aid you in your deliberations and in returning your verdict, you will be provided both guilty and not guilty forms for each of the crimes charged in count 1. Unless you unanimously agree on a verdict, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. Although you may deliberate on the crimes charged in count 1 in any manner and order which you choose, you must return your verdicts for each offense in count 1 in the order they are instructed. Under this procedure, if you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you should sign the guilty form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense in count 1. If after reasonable deliberation you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense and should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining offense. You should only return a verdict on negligent use of a firearm if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you must sign the not guilty verdict form for involuntary manslaughter before returning a verdict on any other crime charged in count 1. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, you should sign the guilty verdict for that offense. If you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that offense. Instruction number 16. In this case, as to the charge of involuntary manslaughter contained in count 1, there are 4 possible verdicts. Guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 2, not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. 3, guilty of negligent use of a firearm. 4, not guilty of negligent use of. You must consider each of these crimes before you have the discretion to choose the manner and order in which you deliberate on this count, but you must return a unanimous verdict of not guilty on involuntary manslaughter before entering a verdict on negligent use of a firearm. You will first decide whether the defendant is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then that is the only form of verdict which is to be signed as to this count. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you should sign only the not guilty form as to involuntary manslaughter. If, after reasonable deliberation, you do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime, and you should not proceed to reach a verdict on the remaining crime. If you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, you will then go on to a consideration of the crime of negligent use of a firearm. If you unanimously find the defendant guilty of negligent use of a firearm, then that is the only form of verdict which should be signed. But if you unanimously find the defendant not guilty of the crime of negligent use of a firearm, then you should sign only the not guilty form. If, after reasonable deliberation, you do not reach a unanimous verdict on negligent use of a firearm, you should not sign a verdict form for that crime. You may not find the defendant guilty of more than one of the foregoing crimes. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant has committed any one of the crimes, you must determine that the defendant is not guilty of that crime. If you find the defendant not guilty of all of these crimes in count 1, you must return a verdict of not guilty as to this count. Instruction number 17. For you to find the defendant guilty of tampering with evidence as charged in count 2, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt each of the following elements of the crime. 1, the defendant Hannah Gutierrez had a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel, or hid a baggie of cocaine by asking Rebecca Smith to take it outside of Hannah Gutierrez's hotel room. 2, by doing so, the defendant intended to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of Hannah Gutierrez for the crime of involuntary manslaughter. 3, this happened in New Mexico on or about the 21st day of October, 2021. Instruction number 18. A firearm means any weapon which will or is designed to or may readily be converted to expel a projectile by the actions of an explosion. The frame or receiver of a firearm, any firearm muffler or firearm silencer. Firearm includes any handgun, rifle, or shotgun. Instruction number 19. In addition to the other elements of the crime of involuntary manslaughter as set forth in instruction number 12A, the state must prove to your satisfaction beyond a reasonable doubt that 1, the death was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez placing a live round into a firearm intended to contain only inert ammunition, and or Hannah Gutierrez's failure to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition she loaded into the firearm. 2, the act of the defendant was a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside event, resulted in the death and without which the death would have not occurred. There may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of a person significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. Instruction number 20. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's act was a significant cause of the death of Halyna Hutchins. An issue in this case is whether the negligence of a person other than the defendant may have contributed to the cause of death. Such contributing negligence does not relieve the defendant of responsibility for an act that significantly contributed to the cause of death, so long as the death was a foreseeable result of the defendant's actions. However, if you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable chain of events, then the defendant is not guilty of the offense of involuntary manslaughter. Instruction number 21. Now the lawyers will argue the case. What is said in the closing arguments is not evidence. It is an opportunity for the lawyers to discuss the evidence and the law as I have instructed you. The state has the right to argue first, the defense may then argue, and the state may then reply. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Bond? Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please the court, counsel. I want to begin by thanking you all for your time. I know that this has been a long trial, and I also understand that as jurors, you find yourselves maybe a little frustrated. There's a lot of sitting around and waiting, and we appreciate your time. We appreciate the sacrifice that you make when you leave your jobs and your families and your other responsibilities, and you come to court to participate in a very, very important part of our justice system. So on behalf of the state of New Mexico, we thank you very much for your time. And as you can see on your screens, we end exactly where we began, in the pursuit of justice for Halyna Hutchins. I want to start by just generally outlining Hannah Gutierrez failed to maintain firearms safety, making a fatal accident willful, and can also be willful. So if we fail to do something that we should do, and that failure results in someone's death, then that too can be willful. So I would ask that you keep that in mind as we move through some of the evidence and testimony that you have heard. I know that you have heard a lot, and I do not intend to keep you too long, but I do have to be thorough. I do want to hit some points. So I do appreciate your patience. Here's what we saw. These videos, if you recall, that were taken by Production Outfitters, they were taken on October 13th of 2021. What these demonstrate to you is that Ms. Guttierez was unwilling to maintain proper firearm safety repeatedly. And it's really important because this is not a case where Hannah Gutierrez made one mistake, was accidentally putting a live round into that gun. That's not what this case is about. This case is about constant, never-ending safety failures that resulted in the death of a human being and nearly killed another. So let's talk about all of the safety failures that we saw, and the reason that these safety failures prior to October 21st are to foreseeability. And foreseeability is a very, very important element in this case. We have our stuntman with his double barrel shotgun. From watching those videos, what you understood is that Ms. Gutierrez did appear to, in fact, be present, because at times we saw her and at times we heard her. So she wasn't off doing prop duties. She was right there and she never intervened. Gun pointed at a child. Gun pointed at Joel Souza directly at his back, or in the direction of the stunt coordinator. Gun pointed again, apparently in the direction of Mr. Souza, the person on the far right. Gun pointed directly at Mr. Souza again. The firearm in the left hand of the stuntman who is facing you. Firearm pointed directly at a minor child. Firearm pointed directly at the camera. Ms. Gutierrez, holding that same firearm with the muzzle pointed at her own face. This was unexpected. Ms. Gutierrez stood by and did he could do whatever he wanted with those guns. No one was going to intervene. The person tasked with intervening was not going to do it. That was clear. He hands the firearm to the child and allows the and taking the gun back. This firearm, I actually don't think in this photo that the firearm is pointed at the child. I think the firearm is, based on the angle of the camera, probably more pointed at this person right here. But she's there. We hear her, we see her. She does nothing. Absolutely nothing. This is some of the first evidence that we see. She is moving in the direction of potentially a fatal incident, and that is exactly what happened. And I want you to tell Ms. Gutierrez's interview on November 9th, when Ms. Gutierrez spoke of the accidental discharge with the other stuntman, having a complete lack of understanding of her role in safety on this movie set. She's talking about Sarah Zachary, and she was like, well, yours just went off in there after you loaded it. And I said, yeah, well, I can't be responsible for every dickhead fucking stunt guy that gets a hold of the gun and doesn't understand the concept that it's hot. Her entire job is to be responsible for exactly that. And when she took this job, she agreed to that responsibility. There is no exception in the law for you're young. The exception in the law does not exist. The law treats everyone the same, and it must. Point to the testimony about the lever action rifle. Well, here's the point to the testimony about the lever action rifle. More negligence, more carelessness, more lack of attention to safety. She loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds that, by the way, according to the director, was completely unnecessary. Because yes, while it's true, this gun operates in a way where if a certain type of camera angle is hitting it, dummy rounds would be appropriate if the scene calls for loading or cycling. There wasn't a scene that called for that. So she just loaded a lever action rifle with dummy rounds and surprisingly put the wrong caliber round in the gun. That is absolutely an example of someone who is not paying attention, not taking their job seriously. I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the rounds that you've seen because it's critical to tracking the existence of the live rounds on this movie set. And we have spent a lot of time and effort tracking those rounds around that movie set. And we're going to show you that evidence right now. So the important thing to know is that the Seth Kenney dummies, which you are looking at right here, are patinaed. They are distinct. They have an antique coloring. They also have silver primers. These rounds did not come on that movie set until October 12th of 2021 because Mr. Kenney didn't have them. And if you recall his testimony, he was in Texas. So he had to get back, clean them up, and provide them to Sarah Zachary, and that took place on October 12th. This is just simply the primer side of those rounds. You can see that they're dark in color on the primer side, and they do appear to have silver primers. This is a photograph of the 3840 dummies. If you recall Mr. Kenney's testimony, the 3840 dummies came from Billy Ray. And the important thing about this photograph is that none of those dummy rounds had silver primers. And silver primer is a very important piece of this puzzle. This is those same rounds on their side. You can see that they are shiny brass. We also know that they have brass primers. We just saw that. Based on Mr. Kenney's testimony, you know that they were 3840, but there was also some 4440 caliber rounds in that box. Does that matter they're not working? Well, let's stop.
It is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's take a moment to talk about all this testimony that you've heard about whether or not the live rounds found at PDQ, which are photographed there on the left, match the live rounds found on the set of Rust. You don't have to be a gun expert to look at those and see they simply do not match. Even though you could look at those rounds and fundamentally understand that they are not the same, the police department, the sheriff's department sent them to the FBI for testing so that we could actually have some experts confirm what we can see with our very own eyes. And what you have in evidence if you want to see them in real time, you have States Exhibit 79, you have States Exhibit 91. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from PDQ props. States Exhibit 79 is a disassembled live round from a set of rust. You can look at them, you can see the projectiles are different, you can see that perhaps the primers are even different. If you recall, Ms. Popple indicated there were only 10 silver primered live rounds found at PDQ. The rest of them were brass. The other thing that you can just see with your eyes is the gunpowder in these is substantially different. It has a different chemical composition. So any argument that could ever be made in this case that Seth Kinney was the source of these live rounds is absolutely dishonest. Now, I'm going to ask you to take a walk in the weeds with me here, okay? This is a photograph of October 10th of 2021. You can see the color of the rounds at the top. Those are brass primered rounds. The rounds in the bottom appear to be lighter, and I would suggest to you, based on the totality, that you are looking at live rounds. And keep in mind, anything that you see on the set of this movie that is a revolver ammunition, prior to October 12th, if it has a silver primer, it's a live round. Because the silver primered dummies didn't come on set for 2 days after this photograph was taken. Here's our comparison photo that Mr. Primo put together for us. And if you need it when you're reviewing the evidence and doing your deliberations or engaging in your deliberations, I have included it for you. But we're going to do a comparison here in a moment. Now, the importance of this photograph, still October 10th of 2021. There appears to be revolver ammunition in the background there at the top. 2 of those have silver primers. The problem with that is the silver primer dummies weren't there yet, but the live rounds were. And there's your close-up. It's absolutely undeniable. Is it blurry? Yes. Can you clearly see the difference? Absolutely. All of these photos that you're looking at were October 10th. Now, let's move to October 13th of 2021. I invite you to look at that photograph carefully and ask yourselves, which of these is not like the others? It's the third one from the left. Look at the shape of that projectile and look at the color of the brass. So on October 13th, Mr. Kinney's dummies have arrived on set. They are the only dummy rounds with silver primers, but they are patinaed in color. So when you look at this round, it appears to be a spot-on match for the live rounds, but unfortunately we can't see the primer in this photo, so we can't tell if this is a brass primered dummy. That's the reason that we watched thousands of videos and looked at thousands of pictures, because then we moved to the production outfitter videos from October 13th, the same day. and we're looking at that same gun holster that was provided to Mr. Baldwin. And there you see it. The third one down has a silver primer. And now you know it is a live round. You know that because it's not a Seth Kinney dummy. If it were, it wouldn't have that shiny brass color. So there's your live round. We've seen it on October 10th. We've seen it on October 13th. And there's absolutely no way that the lighting is playing tricks on our eyes when we're looking at these enhanced photos, because you see it frame after frame after frame. And now let's move to October 15th. Karen Kuhn arrives on set. I think she was probably there long before the 15th. She is taking photos. She took approximately, as she testified, 9,000 photos. So on the 15th, there it is. There's your silver primer. It's just been moved to a different location in the holster because they're pulling dummy rounds from here, there, and everywhere and putting them in belts and putting them in guns and doing whatever they want to do. But there it is. It's right there on October 15th. And if you think I'm stretching it, let's have a look at what we've got here. This is the gun belt that was assigned to actor Jensen Ackles. Because his gun belt was not a shoulder holster, we weren't able to find any photos or videos of it in the thousands and thousands and thousands that we reviewed, because they're always covered by his coat. There is the evidence photo of the Baldwin holster on October 21st when it is taken into evidence. You have a Seth Kinney dummy at the top. You have what the FBI determined to be a live round in the second spot. And then you've got 3 brass primered dummies. October 17th, October 21st. So the video that Mamie Mitchell laid the foundation for, she said that according to her notes, the filming was done on the 17th. Mr. Primos said that he believed, according to the camera, it was the 18th. Take whatever date you want. That's a match. Seth Kinney dummy at the top, live round next. You've got 3 brass primer dummies on the 21st, 4 brass primer dummies on the 17th or 18th. But it is shockingly the same. And there is no question that this one right here was a live round. It was sent to the FBI and they confirmed it. This is Ms. Gutierrez talking about her bringing these dummy rounds on set. I had a multitude of the ones with holes and the ones that you shake, so yeah. And I checked those all and I put them into 2 things. And then we start talking about boxes. Obviously, when she says things, she's talking about boxes. They usually had JS on them. This is one my dad sent me, and mine are usually beat up pretty bad, like they're very dirty and gross. She's talking about the box and the styrofoam insert. The box and the styrofoam insert, she's saying, are dirty. Hers, the ones that she brings on set, are dirty. They're not new and clean like some of the other ones. Detective Hancock asks her, this is the one that was or handed that you guys had said that you had pulled from. This is that moment in that interview where Ms. Gutierrez has already shown Hancock the photo from her dad, and an hour or two later, Detective Hancock decides that now is the time to show her the photo of the box of dummies she was pulling from that day, and it won't surprise you to learn they're a spot-on match. You have the styrofoam insert from that box of dummies here in evidence, and the reason that we gave it to you so that you can actually look at it in real time and not look at a photograph is because it's kind of dirty and gross. It kind of fits exactly the way that she described it. But there are some characteristics of this styrofoam insert that are going to become more important. Any suggestion by the defense that somehow the box of dummy rounds that Ms. Gutierrez said she was pulling from was swapped out with something different is absolute nonsense. First of all, you know that because you can see the live rounds. If you don't think you can see them on the 10th, and you don't think you can see them on the 13th, and you don't think you can see them on the 15th, you know you're looking at one on the 17th and 18th. You know you are. So where does the sabotage theory go then? The 17th and 18th, the camera crew had. Mr. Norvell wasn't on set. Pauls had an opportunity to time on. They moved directly from that cart right into Lieutenant Benavidez's patrol unit. They go from that patrol unit right into evidence at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Department. And on November 9th of 2021, Hannah Gutierrez shows Detective Hancock, now Corporal Hancock, the box of dummies that she and her dad have. And if you listen to Mr. Kenny's testimony, what you understand is that the ammunition from the previous set, that being the old way, Hannah brought leftover dummies from that movie onto the set of Rust. And those 45 long Colt dummy rounds were provided by Thel Reed. What you are looking at in this photo is this styrofoam insert. This is the styrofoam insert that had the live round in it. This is the styrofoam insert that came out of the box labeled 45 long Colt dummies with the JS in the middle. Now, let's put it together. Our original evidence photo up here from October 10th. You can see this distinct sort of there's a little bit of damage in the photo on the right. You can look for yourself. It is right here. And what do you know? That silver primered round from October 10th is sitting in the exact same position that it was found on October 21st when the sheriff's department, gentlemen, we call that circumstantial evidence, but that's a mountain of circumstantial evidence. Prop assistant duties versus armorer duties on October 21st of 2021. Let's focus on that day. And listen, I'm not here to tell you that Rust Productions did the right thing when they hired on a part-time armorer and asked her to also spend her time doing props. I think everybody who has testified has said that was a really bad idea. And that's probably part of the reason that they're being sued by a whole bunch of different people. But on October 21st, this was simply not the case. It was not the case on that day. She had 3 hours in the morning waiting for the camera crew to arrive. She had every opportunity to go through that box of dummies. Gee, that only had like 30 rounds in it. How long does it take to pull the round out of the box, shake it, and if it doesn't shake, look to see if it has a hole in it, put it back in the box, and do that to each and every one of them? How long does that exercise take? 10 minutes max? That's not hard. The other thing that is very important is Ms. Gutierrez didn't get pulled out of the church because she had to go focus on prop duties. She left the gun in the church contrary to all the industry standards for armorers on movie sets, for firearms safety on movie sets, and she went back out to her cart so that she could start doing other armorer duties. She's getting her fanny pack filled up. Well, we've seen that. She's filling it with blanks. And we know they're about to do a turnaround. They're going to do this quick insert with Baldwin, and then they're going to do the shoot scene, the gunfire scene where they're using blanks, and the law enforcement have come into the church and there's a shootout. So she goes to get ready for it. She just leaves the gun in there. As you heard from many witnesses, she would leave guns unattended all the time. There was nothing unusual about October 21st that caused her to be unable to stay in the church to properly perform her duties. She leaves the gun. She goes back out because for some reason, with the 3 hours of free time that she had in the morning, she didn't get her fanny pack filled up. She didn't get her. So she leaves the gun. Everybody's heard armorers don't leave the gun. Now, let's move over to our tampering with evidence charge. How is getting rid of a bag of cocaine tampering with evidence related to involuntary manslaughter? Well, on October 21st, 2021, the shooting occurs, the incident occurs. Ms. Gutierrez understands that someone has been seriously injured. She does not yet know that that person is not going to live or has already died. She gets interviewed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office. I will say, surprisingly, 2 occasions after this incident where a helicopter had to come in, ambulances had to come in, Ms. Gutierrez, on 2 occasions after that incident, spoke about her concerns about her career. Wow. That gives you an idea that you are dealing with someone who is not particularly concerned about the health and safety of others. And her job was to be concerned about the health and safety of others. But on that day, she's just thinking about herself. She's put a lady in the hospital, a man in the hospital. She asks to be escorted to the bathroom. Corporal Hancock agrees to do that. And we have her on video on the way there expressing dismay about how this will affect her career. Ouch. After the interview, Hannah goes back to her hotel. Rebecca Smith goes to Hannah's room. She's been summoned by some other folks to try to sort of sit and visit and give Hannah some support. So Rebecca Smith goes to her room, and Rebecca Smith is the person that tells Hannah that Halyna Hutchins has now died. And you have to understand, in the mind of Hannah Gutierrez, this investigation went from this big to this big. Because the difference between shooting someone and them living and shooting someone and them dying is a really, really big difference. So she is told by Rebecca Smith, investigation just got giant and very, very serious. So after receiving that information, she offloads this bag of cocaine to Rebecca Smith. Rebecca Smith is a lady that's lived a life. She's used cocaine before, many years previous, but she's used cocaine. She knows what it looks like. She knows how it's packaged. And because she's a former addict, she tosses it in a trash can. When Mr. Bowles gets up here and says, I can't prove to you that it's cocaine, remember that when people destroy evidence to avoid prosecution, you don't have the evidence that they destroyed, they got rid of it. So I don't have to prove to you by some scientific drug test. I don't have to send that to the lab and get it tested. It's gone. That's the point to the charge. Now, let me digress a little bit and run through a couple of things with you. What's all this testimony about this inertia puller? And how's that play into everything? Well, as you heard from Mr. Haig, an inertia puller is a device designed for one task. It disassembles live rounds. That's what it does. Somehow I think the defense got confused about what our potential theory was, that we had a theory that Ms. Gutierrez was turning dummy rounds into live rounds. That was never our theory, because that would require quite a bit of equipment. There's no question. But to do the reverse is a whole lot easier. So if you're out of dummy rounds or you're running low on dummy rounds and you've got some live rounds around, you could probably turn a dummy round, you could turn a live round into a dummy round in 5 minutes. Why does an armor on a movie set bill for an inertia puller? Well, obviously she had one. Employers, that's their job. They're just an agency that maintains workplace safety. Mr. Genoway confirmed when he was refreshing, but he confirmed that Hannah's conduct on the set contributed to their findings that this was not a safe workplace. Please keep in mind, critically and surprisingly, OSHA never interviewed Gabrielle Pickle. This is critically important because if they had interviewed, Hannah was granted 10 armor days out of the 12 filming days, not 8. That was cell phone records. The training days when Ms. Gutierrez is sending those messages saying, I want more training days. She's not saying these actors, these adults need more training time. She specifically requested additional training time to train the child. And it was refused because, first of all, it's a major liability issue. And second of all, the child was never going to fire a gun. So when she asked for the additional training days, they were denied. That's not the reason Halyna Hutchins is dead. Keep in mind, Gabrielle Pickle had a meeting with Hannah and offered her additional assistance so that she would be able to perform her duties effectively. She offered assistance from some of the other folks there on set to try to give her some relief. And keep in mind that on a movie set, the armorer has autonomy with regard to gun safety. The OSHA finding that Rust Productions failed to properly supervise her is surprisingly incorrect, because the armorer has no supervisor when it comes to weapons and gun safety on the movie set. Mr. Halls is just there to be a second pair of eyes. That's it. Now, I think there can be no question that Rust Productions was more than negligent when they hired Ms. Gutierrez, because she was not anywhere close to being qualified for this job. In fact, if you recall, Gabrielle Pickle, to her credit, tried to get Ms. Gutierrez to implement a check-in and check-out system because 2 people had complained that there was a shotgun left unattended. People on the set were complaining about her. They went to production and said, hey, she's not supposed to do that. You can't just leave real guns laying around. So Gabrielle Pickle goes to Hannah Gutierrez, asks for a check-in, check-out system. Hannah Gutierrez says no. Hannah Gutierrez says it's too difficult, it's too much trouble. Gabrielle Pickle didn't prevent her from being safe. In that instance, she did the opposite. She tried to improve firearm safety on the set, but keep in mind, the armorer has autonomy. So Gabrielle Pickle is not Hannah Gutierrez's boss when it comes to firearm safety. Ms. Gutierrez gets to do what she wants. Now, I can only imagine that after this chain of cases, all of that will change. So the defense has taken a shotgun approach to this case. Seth Kinney is to blame. Well, no evidence of that. Sarah Zachary is to blame. No evidence of that. Dave Halls is to blame. He shouldn't have taken the gun from her, and he didn't do a good safety check. Well, she is the autonomous decision maker with regard to gun safety. It's not that Dave Halls shouldn't have taken the gun from her. It's that she shouldn't have given him the gun and then turned around and walked away. The defense, Alec Baldwin is to blame for acting like a prima donna on the movie set and bossing people around. This is Hollywood, for heaven's sakes. I would imagine that's relatively common. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that his conduct was right. I am the person who indicted him. Alec Baldwin's conduct and his lack of gun safety inside that church on that day is something that he's going to have to answer for. Not with you and not today. That'll be with another jury on another day. Brian Norvell, the gentleman who goes and gets the prop cart and wheels it over and then puts his hand over the crime scene tape and picks up that dummy round and shakes it. You heard Mr. Bowles ask some questions that are intended to make people think that Mr. Norvell either took something off the prop cart or planted something on the prop cart. Well, keep in mind, he doesn't have to plant live rounds because we've seen from the photographic evidence, those are there. They're floating around already. So live rounds were on set. They were not planted by Brian Norvell. But this man is not a mystery to the state or the defense. I made him come in and sit down for a 1.5-hour interview so that the defense could ask him any questions they wanted, and they asked him none. Not a single question. So what that means is that this is just all smoke and mirrors and deflection. They don't want the truth. We know the truth. You have seen it throughout this trial. And I will remind you that during one of the heated objection exchanges between myself and Mr. Bowles, you heard Mr. Bowles cry out that he was looking for the truth. Listen, I can bring a horse to water, but I cannot make him drink. If you want the truth, I'll bring the guy in. I'll make him available for you to talk to. Not a single one. It must have been that disgruntled camera crew. You mean the people who believed that safety on set was being compromised to such a degree that they left? That decision may very well have saved their lives. So the $60,000 question in this case, who brought the live rounds on set? You know the answer to that. I know the answer to that. I'm not telling you that Hannah Gutierrez intended to bring live rounds on set. I'm telling you that she was negligent. She was careless. She was thoughtless. She brought them on set, and you know from the word, Sarah Zachary never saw her shake a dummy round. Dave Halls never saw her shake a dummy round. She didn't shake those dummy rounds. For all we know, those dummy rounds were floating around the set of The Old Way, and Nicolas Cage is lucky to have walked away with his life. So why does it matter that she brought live rounds on set? It goes to foreseeability. She had six live rounds on that movie set. The earliest date that I can track them for you is October 10th. We know that they were there from the 10th to the 21st. 6, and she failed to ferret them out for 12 days. What that means is that she wasn't shaking any dummy rounds. She wasn't testing anything. None of that stuff that her lawyers want you to think was so difficult. None of it was happening. It didn't happen the entire time. She didn't find any of them. And folks, if she's not checking the dummy ammunition during the pendency of the filming to make sure that those rounds that are designed to look like live rounds are in fact dummy rounds, this was a game of Russian roulette. Every time an actor had a gun with dummies. Sadly for Ms. Hutchins, her camera crew walked off set that morning, and that required her to go into the church and operate the camera herself. And that's what she was doing when the live round that Ms. Gutierrez put in Mr. Baldwin's gun was expelled from that firearm and went all the way through her body. No one told Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church. No one called her out of the church. There wasn't a COVID protocol in place that prevented her from being in the church at that moment. You know from the production outfitter videos, she didn't care about her job. She let it all go. Mr. Bowles is going to argue to you that if Mr. Halls had just called Ms. Gutierrez back into the church, she would have done an additional safety check and that live round would have been found. Well, for heaven's sakes, we all know that if she had been called back into the church for an additional safety check, nothing would have changed. Her safety checks didn't consist of pulling the dummy rounds out of the cylinder, shaking them in front of the actor and the assistant director, showing them that they're dummy rounds, and putting them back in. No one ever saw her do that one single time, even though that's industry standard. And the reason it's industry standard is because you can't tell a dummy round by simply spinning a cylinder and looking at the primers unless they are dummy rounds without primers. And that's kind of an interesting fact. We know that 6 dummy rounds without primers were not loaded into that weapon because one of them turned out to be live and very clearly had a primer. Interestingly, though, she had 5 dummy rounds without primers in her pocket. In her pocket. All she had to do was put those in the gun, make sure that the 6th one either rattles or has a hole in it, and she's good to go. Because now, when you look, when the cylinder gets spun, you can see 5 of them without taking them out, that they don't have primers. They were in her pocket, and she didn't use them. I am going to have another opportunity to speak with you, and when I speak with you last, it won't be as long, I promise. And we will talk about some of our jury instructions then. But I do want to address some of the testimony from Dr. Jarrell from OMI, because Mr. Bowles is likely to make an argument that there was some sort of medical negligence that contributed to Ms. Hutchins' death. And I want to talk to you a little bit about Dr. Jarrell's testimony. Here are the lethal injuries. The lethal injuries: blood loss from the wound. That was the primary lethal injury. Her blood was leaking into her abdominal cavity, and a lot of it. And you saw those photographs. You saw the photographs of her clothing. There was a lot of blood. So the first lethal injury that comes from the gunshot is blood loss associated with it. And the second one, if you recall from Dr. Jarrell, the wound to the lung was also a lethal wound. Keep in mind, that bullet went into her body, it went through her rib, it severed her spinal cord, it punctured her lung, it came out the back of her shoulder, and a few hours later, Ms. Gutierrez is telling Corporal Hancock that she's worried about her career. If you think that person would have done a satisfactory safety check if she had been called back to the church, I am here to tell you that I strongly disagree. The astonishing is, without question, a significant cause of the death of Halyna Hutchins. He pointed the gun at people and pulled the hammer back, and regardless of what he said to George Stephanopoulos, pulled the trigger? Yes, he is. And again, we'll deal with that another time. You don't escape accountability when you load a live round into a prop gun, tell the crew that it has dummy rounds in it, hand it off to an actor, and leave the room because he manipulated it. That's the whole point. That was the whole point to him having it. Of course, he was going to manipulate it. It's foreseeable. Every away when in fact, I put live ammunition in it. You think an accident might happen? You think that accident is foreseeable? And listen, let's remember some of the testimony from Mr. Carpenter. Control is how we enforce gun safety. We do it with control. When she loses control, which she did repeatedly, I am going to complete the majority of the portion of my closing arguments with regard to the facts. The next portion will be with regard to the law. When I come back after Mr. Bowles has had an opportunity to address you, we will be asking for justice today for Halyna Hutchins. Thank you.
Now, can we approach?
If it's about a bathroom break, we're going to take a bathroom break.
Okay.
Okay. So please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you. We'll be back at 10 of. Okay.
Hey, everybody. Law and Crimes, Jesse Weber here. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Rust trial of Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You know, this case makes me think about how people get hurt in all kinds of situations, that know your rights and whether.
Okay, we'll turn off his commercial. What struck me listening to the summary of her injuries is how it's just too bad this didn't happen on, say, a set on a soundstage in the city, or on a location within the city, or pretty close by, and they could have got her into the emergency room and started giving her blood. She might have had some lifelong injuries, disabling injuries, because they talk about this spinal cord being severed and so forth. So she might have been a paraplegic or a quadriplegic, but should still be alive. Who knows? But it could have been a huge difference. I think that the closing arguments were really strong. Yeah, I didn't realize the defense was trying to imply that somebody, the state's theory was going to be that Hannah was turning dummy rounds into live rounds. That just doesn't make any sense. And it does make a lot more sense that she was turning live ones into dummy rounds because, you know, they're probably a lot more available. So anyway, let me take a look. Just a sec. Oops, this is refreshing. I don't want it to refresh. Okay. I had some videos picked out. Let's see what fits in the time slot. So we've got 10 minutes. Let's see. Okay, let's play this one.
I'll move for the 83 and 94, and then I think we're also going to do a general moving like we discussed.
Okay, so, all right, so you may publish.
When we're seeing this text message here that's on the screen, is this a text message from that phone or to that phone?
It is a text message from the 928 number to the 505 number.
Okay, and can you read it for us?
The content?
Yes.
Yes, it's LOL. I don't need that tonight anyways. Right on. I might go smoke in the jacuzzi soon, but maybe not. I'm so pooped.
Okay, and I'm going to show you the second page of Exhibit 94. And is that a text to or from Ms. Gutierrez's phone?
It is from her phone.
And it is to the 505 number?
Correct.
And if you can, and what's the date?
The date is October 20th, 2021 at 7:48 and 46 seconds p.m. local time.
Okay, and can you read that for us?
It says, headed down to get high, Outback, :B.
I'm going to show you the third page of Exhibit 94. And what's in the blue?
So the blue is an incoming message from that 505 number to her phone.
And just for context, what does that message say?
That message says, time to eat now, how the blaze says go.
And then and what time was that message sent?
So that message was received by the phone at 8:24 and 46 seconds p.m. in red at 8:25 and 47 seconds.
Okay. And so this is the time that it was received?
Correct.
And this is the time it was read?
Correct.
And then is there a response to that text that we're looking at here in green?
There is.
And what time is that sent?
That is sent at 8:25 and 53 seconds.
And this is from Ms. Gutierrez's phone to the 505 number?
Yes.
And what does that text message say?
It says, I'm still smoking.
Okay, thank you. Did you sort of separate out for me a short thread between Ms. Gutierrez's phone and the Dad Kula contact?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what I'm marking as State's Exhibit 95. State's Exhibit 95 is a 2-page exhibit. May I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
These are messages that were exchanged between the 928 number and the Dad Kula contact on November 8th of 2021.
Approximately what time?
It starts at 4:08 and 36 seconds, and it ends at 5:36. I'm sorry, 5:24 and 38 seconds.
I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 95 and ask permission to publish.
No objection. All right, State's 95 is admitted. You may publish.
And that message, is that from the 928 number?
Correct. So any of the messages that are in green are from the 928 number, and any messages in blue are from an outside number.
Okay, and can everybody read that? That way I don't have to have Mr. Hawks read it. And then I'm going to show you the second page, if everybody's had a moment to read that. I'll show you the second page. And in the second page, what are we looking at here?
So the top blue box is the response from the previous message that says "will do," and then beneath that is an image that was sent to her phone from the outside number.
What are we looking at there?
We're looking at a thumbnail of the image that was sent to her phone. So the image name is img_0686.heic, and we're looking at the inset thumbnail.
And were you able to collect that actual photo for me so we don't have to look at a thumbnail?
Yes.
Thank you. We'll get there in a minute. At my request, did you separate a text thread between Ms. Gutierrez, the Dad Kula contact, and a contact by the name of Jason Bowles?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
And Mr. Hawks, do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is part of the text message thread that you were just referencing.
And what's the date of that text exchange?
What is in front of me here starts on December.
Never venture outdoors at the dark without this. Witness this revolutionary headlamp that is sweeping the world by storm.
December 1st, 2021, and ends also December 1st, 2021.
Okay, give me just 1 second. I move for the admission of State's Exhibit 96 and permission to publish.
States 96 is admitted, you may publish.
Can you just briefly explain what we're looking at here?
Sure. So the top blue box is a message from the Dadcula contact to Ms. Gutierrez's phone. And the second blue box is an incoming message from Mr. Bull's number to Ms. Gutierrez's phone.
So was this a?
Your Honor, sorry.
Oh, sure. Mr. Hawks, let me back up for just a moment. How do we know that 3 people were involved in this text conversation?
So the Cellbrite program will pull out text threads. So if you and I have a text thread and you and I and another person have a text thread, those are 2 separate threads in my phone. So what we're looking at here is a thread that was between these 3 people.
Okay. This is not a thread that was only between Ms. Gutierrez and Mr. Bowles.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Has everybody had an opportunity to read that? I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibit 96. And Mr. Hawks, can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Yeah, we're looking at a continuation of the same text thread. So the top blue box is an incoming, the bottom blue box is an incoming message from the Dadcula contact.
Okay. Everybody have an opportunity to read those? I know they're pretty short, and at this point, they may not make much sense, but we're getting there. I'm going to show you the.
One of the jurors didn't see it.
I'm going to show you page 3.
Good. So the first question is if I can have your last name and spell them both out for me.
Okay. Jennifer Soto, JENNIFER SOTO.
Mother.
Mother.
Jennifer, tell me how you feel right now.
Not sure how that got there. The videos should stop at the. Oh, it was from the playlist. That's why. Okay. I was wondering what was going on there. Okay, let's go back over to. Hi, Indiana. Good to see you. We just went through the state's first round of closing arguments, and any minute we should be getting the defense doing theirs. Let's see. Let's switch back over here in preparation. Of course, they're going to be late. Yeah, I need to be doing that. I need to do some laundry and so forth. So, I've been thinking when we get going again, I might put it on my phone and load up the washer. Why isn't the armor drug tested? Professional tennis players are randomly drug tested and they don't work with guns. That's because they are looking for performance enhancing guns in athletic competitions. They aren't looking for illegal substances. So let's see. I read online that in the political front, Joe Biden lost one state. I can't remember what it was. And that hasn't happened since Jimmy Carter was running for re-election 40 years ago. Actually, that would have been 40. Is that 40? No, that would be more than 40 years ago. So he would have been running for re-election. He was running, and so that would be 24 years. And Nikki Haley has officially withdrawn. Trump is less than 200 delegates away from clinching the nomination, but she did have the support of the Koch brothers, I think it was, and they withdrew their support several days ago, and so it was pretty much inevitable because that was her deep pockets for the advertising, and the advertising is gone. I would not hire an armor regular taking drugs. Yeah, they probably didn't know that she was, and they were hiring her because she was Phil Reed, the well-known armorer's stepdaughter, and so they're thinking they're getting an expert when they're not. And yeah, it's not like there's a thing which is giving her an advantage in the department of being an armorer, because she's only a stepdaughter, and I don't know that there is any genetic thing for having a professional ability like that. I mean, it would be if there was, say, a musician, but let's see, what else was there in... Oh, yeah, I went to caucus last night, and I been elected again for being the I'm going to be having lots of phone calls from wannabe governors and wannabe senators and Congress people. So we've got Provo couple arrested for chaining autistic girl to bed. That doesn't sound good. Provo to hire to host Barbie Bash on Saturday to celebrate Women's Day. Okay. Yeah, this sounds interesting. Officers were justified in entering home where 3 bodies were found in 2015. Utah Supreme Court says. Let's see if I remember this. Utah Supreme Court recently decided evidence in a 2015 triple homicide case can be used after a suspect requested it be suppressed because the officers entered the home without a search warrant and found the bodies of a grandmother, her 2-year-old granddaughter, and a man. A unanimous court decision comes after Alexander Hung Tran, 41, requested the 3rd District Court prevent the evidence from being used at trial. The lower court denied his request and he appealed to the Supreme Court. Justice Jill Pullman wrote the opinion. Thursday, the officers entered Tran's home with a reason, and their decision was to do so was objectively reasonable. Tran had been charged with 3 counts of aggravated murder, a first-degree felony, in the deaths of Heike Poike, Poike's 2-month-old granddaughter, and Lyric Poike and Dakota Smith, 28. Poike rented the upstairs of Tran's home in Salt Lake City. Supreme Court said that Heike Poike did not show up as usual to pick up her 8-year-old grandson from school after multiple hours had passed. The school contacted police and explained the tardiness was unusual. An officer tried to reach the grandmother multiple times. The child's other grandmother arrived at the school and expressed concern. She was told that officers she had the key and permission to go to Tran's home. The opinion said the home officers heard noise from a TV but did not see other signs of someone being there. They became alarmed when looking through the window to see a tarp with a large object underneath, according to the opinion. The opinion noted that the officers had been called to the home multiple times in the past, including 3 months before, to address reports of psychotic issues with Tran, who had been waving knives. Sounds like a real winner. Body camera footage presented in court shows officers debating on whether to enter the home based on seeing what looked like a covered body. The opinion states the officer waited outside the home for a 3rd officer and found an open door. They discussed having permission to enter and not needing permission because there was a missing 2-month-old who was supposed to be with the grandma. Judge said on the state's high court agreed with the officer's analysis and said that there are several exceptions to the requirement for search warrant, including preventing destruction of evidence, preventing a suspect's escape, or providing emergency aid, as was the case in this instance. The opinion said the officers must have had reasonable basis to believe that someone in the home is in need of immediate attention, which is met because the grandmother caring for a 2-month-old had not responded to attempts to contact her, and the sight of the tarp covering what could have been a body in the home. It is also cited previous experiences at the home. It said that the officers were not only concerned about the grandmother, but they were concerned about the 2-month-old who would be in need of aid if the grandmother was not there. The officers' belief that the grandmother and infant needed immediate aid was not based on speculation, but the fact before them and the reasonable inferences drawn from those facts, the opinion states. In addition, the officers faced the situation different from someone being hours late from picking up a child from school. After officers entered, they found a dead man on the couch in the living room and the grandmother's body along with the infants under the tarp. Police said each victim had been shot multiple times. Supreme Court opinion that Tran was holding a gun at the bottom of the stairs where he lived in the basement, and he had set it down before officers took him into custody. where the case stands. Although the killings occurred in 2015, the case is delayed after Tran was found incompetent to stand trial and received treatment at the Utah State Hospital for several years. Tran pleaded not guilty to the charges in 2021. A jury trial had been scheduled for March 2023, but was canceled while the courts considered his appeal. Tran claimed the emergency aid exception to the requirement for a warrant under the Fourth Amendment did not apply in his case. He also asked the court to apply a higher standard based on the Utah Constitution, which Tran's attorneys claim does not allow for exceptions to the requirement for a search warrant. A new hearing in the murder case has yet to be scheduled. That would be a good one to follow. I might have to look further into that one. Oh yeah, Indiana, that was funny. I'm off a farm. A gun has to be left open until its use. It's a law here. Oh, okay. That gun expert had you laughing when he yanked the two guns out in court. Yeah, that was something that those deputies quickly descended and started hovering, and then he starts waving it around, and the prosecutor says, pointing the gun at the judge, and I wasn't pointing at the judge. Well, it doesn't matter if he was. It could be perceived that way by the jury, and it kind of furthered the point of Hannah Gutierrez not doing her job by failing to stop people from idly pointing guns at people while moving around on location, let alone Alec Baldwin aiming at the cinematographer and pulling the trigger. Of course, Hannah told him to, but I don't think she would do that if she had known that the weapon wasn't safe, that the safety checks hadn't been done. So, yeah, maybe we'll watch that during the deliberations. I need to step away for just a minute. I'll be right back. We're back. Oh, here.
That the government rule out every reasonable doubt that there is in this case.
We'll back up just a bit.
All right, you may be seated. Mr. Bowles?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, please, court, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want to start also, as I did when this began, which I want to sincerely thank you for your time and attention and all of your work on this case. It's been hard. It's been a long case. And I want to thank you first. On behalf of Ms. Gutierrez Reed, who this is extremely important for her, this case, and this is her day in court. And it's extremely important that the government rule out every reasonable doubt that there is in this case, because that is our standard in this country. Reasonable doubt is a concept, meaning if you have any reasonable doubt, we cannot convict people in this country. That's how it's set up. Because of that, the burden is on the prosecution, always stays on the prosecution, and so they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubts. In this case, and I'm going to talk about a lot of the evidence soon, but I just want to start with a summary. The prosecutor just presented to you a series of pictures, and those were the pictures they paid the guy $10,000 to enlarge, and they went through the pictures and they tried to show that there were silver primers, and this is going to be definitive evidence that these live rounds had to be on set at a particular time. Let me tell you why there's reasonable doubt number one that they will never be able to rule out in this case. Sarah Zachary threw away rounds. She unquestionably threw away rounds after the shooting. That's undisputed. We have no idea what those look like. We will never have an idea what they look like, and that will never be able to be overcome. That one fact alone prevents that entire picture setup that was just shown to you from being accurate, from being real. Because we have no idea what those other rounds, whether they had silver primers, whether they were dummies, whether they were other types of dummies, what they look like. We have no idea. Fact two on the pictures. Seth Kenney told you he had gotten live rounds from Del Reed that went to the 1883 set. Those live rounds were three types. There were three types of bullets. He then brought back around 125 of those of the three types. Now, the ones that the state seized, the prosecutors made a point of saying these don't match the live rounds. However, we don't know what he had because they waited a month to go get them. It was over a month when they searched. And when Mr. Kenney brought in the rounds, he had been talking to the investigator about what was going on in the investigation. So we're never going to have an idea as to what Seth Kenney had and what he provided, because he also told you in this trial, he had no inventory system. He had no idea what was coming in and going out of his place. The place was a wreck. Looked like a train had hit it. There's no way for somebody to really understand what they're putting in, what they're going out. And so he also said there were things that went into the Rust set that he hadn't inventoried, hadn't invoiced. He said that there were things that put on there that he didn't have invoiced. So here's the problem with that. We do not know that Seth Kenney only had those patinaed rounds. That's reasonable doubt. That's coming right from the government's witnesses, from Mr. Kenney. That part is irreconcilable. There is a reasonable doubt that will never leave this case on those 2 points, on the pictures and the live rounds. Now, Ms. Morrissey calls it dishonest for us to raise a question about Mr. Kenney. And I submit it's not dishonest at all, because they have the burden to investigate every possibility, every aspect, as anybody in Ms. Gutierrez Reed's place would deserve and would want, because their life is on the line as well on felony charges, and it's the government's duty to rule out all these other things. Far from dishonest, what it is thoroughness, competence, finding what happened with Seth Kenney, taking his fingerprints, taking his DNA, going through and searching earlier, doing that investigation, and finding out if indeed there is another possibility that they ruled out right away and they never wanted to look into, because they rushed to judgment on Ms. Gutierrez Reed from the very beginning. They singled her out on that set. They put her in a cop car, whether she asked or whether they put her in. She's in a cop car and she never leaves custody until after her statement. They singled her out and they rushed to judgment on her, and that's what you've seen ever since. Ms. Morrissey says, and the camera crew, and she mocks things that we raise as possibilities on the idea that none of it can be possible except Miss Gutierrez Reed is guilty. That is the only thing that can be possible because I say it. It's not how it works. Ms. Morrissey said she indicted Mr. Baldwin. I indicted Mr. Baldwin. Actually, I think it's the state of New Mexico. That's not an individual person with that power. She also sat there when Ms. Zachary was on the stand, and Ms. Zachary, I'll remind you, got an immunity agreement. Ms. Zachary was promised she would never be prosecuted. And Ms. Morrissey stands up and says, there's no evidence against Ms. Zachary. Well, then why was she given an immunity agreement? Why would she need immunity if there's nothing against Ms. on redirect examination by Ms. Morrissey? Remember, if you don't tell the truth, I can prosecute you. I will prosecute you. So Ms. Zachary doesn't tell the version of the truth that the government believes is true. We saw the threat in live court. You can't trust some of the witness testimony in this case, and that will raise a reasonable doubt as well, I submit, because of things like that. Because the lead investigator admits that she practiced her answers and questions with the prosecutor. That's something you can consider. Are you hearing everything? Or are you hearing a one-sided version that fits the narrative that Ms. Gutierrez Reed has to be guilty because we picked her out first? It's got to be her. Can't be Mr. Kinney. Can't be anything else. The possibility Sarah Zachary had nothing to do with it, even though he threw away rounds after shooting. That's undoubtedly going to be evidence, but there's nothing on her apparently. Second, these boxes. The idea that the boxes match. We heard testimony that these rounds were loaded in and out of these boxes daily. Nobody knows what was in them on the 13th, the 16th, the 21st, because the rounds were put in, they were taken out, and they were put in different boxes. So the boxes really don't matter. There's reasonable doubt all over the place to the boxes because we don't know what was in them 3 or 4 days before. It doesn't matter who brought them. The boxes are interesting because the government wants to match up the two, and they want to show the pictures that match, yet all the ones from PDQ Props have the same label, same font. They're from Joe Swanson. So those boxes are similar to the ones on set. So that part is not conclusive as well. The other part, when the government shows you video and video and video and only on the 13th and says Ms. Gutierrez Reed was lax on safety. Well, again, you're seeing videos from short snippets of time on one day on an entire movie set, and then you're not seeing what Ms. Gutierrez Reed may have done right after the clip. You're not seeing what might have happened right after that. The other thing that strongly rebuts all of the safety points Ms. Morrissey is pointing out about Ms. Gutierrez Reed is OSHA. Now, they try to downplay OSHA, but OSHA is a separate, independent state and federal agency that did a full investigation into the responsibility for safety failures on this set. And you can evaluate the credibility in your minds of Mr. Montoya, who took the stand, and how you thought he testified, whether you thought he was thorough and how he answered questions. He interviewed quite a few people, and he reviewed a lot of information. Their conclusion after that was done was that production was responsible. He said the root cause was production adopted a safety plan, and it ended at the word adoption because they didn't do anything after that. They didn't respond to complaints that there were safety concerns. They didn't allow for more training and take the time to do that. They did not respond to the negligent discharges and deal with that. Mr. Halls talked to one of the guys briefly, and that was all that happened. So you got to set that they're not allowing time for inventory for the armor. They're not allowing time for them to clean their weapons or deal with their weapons. This is management. You just heard Mr. Pesh state that the first assistant director is the primary person for safety on that set. Dave Halls has been doing this 30 years. Somebody doing it 30 years has a responsibility and duty to step in when there's safety things going on, and he's on several of those videos. He has a responsibility to step in and say, hey, we're going to stop this. We're going to slow this down. We're going to have meetings. We're going to have additional safety training, and we're going to address this. Ms. Gutierrez Reed, come over here. We're going to do this, and we're going to talk to people. She also can come in and talk about that. And on those videos, they're both on the videos. But OSHA found, because of the lack of support, because she's a part-time armorer, because she's not full-time, because she's not, there's not two of her, as Mr. Carpenter said, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. Well, here we didn't even have 1. We had a half. So she's trying to run around and do various things. She's a half a job on a set with over 20 guns, and they want to lay the complete blame on her in this case, as opposed to OSHA, who investigated as an official agency and made an official determination that this was production and management that was responsible. That's important. That's an important finding because they said all of this was caused safety-wise by management. As Mr. Sousa told you, the buck stops with production. The buck stops with production. As in any organization, it starts at the top. You don't go and take one of the lowest people on the call sheet after something bad happens, after the whole management team is just throwing safety aside, because at the end, you've got a convenient fall person. You got a convenient scapegoat. And she may not be the armor on some days. She's the props person, but she's certainly the armor when everything goes bad. You know why? Because despite OSHA's findings that they were responsible for production, the guys that you saw come in, the producers, the big guys, they want to sail off into the sunset and go on about their business, finish the movie, make the money, because they got the convenient fall person sitting right here. And all that has to happen is everybody has to gang up. Everybody has to have their talks after this happened and blame Hannah. That's what has to happen. That's what happened in this case. You had a production company on a shoestring budget, an A-list actor that was really running the show. He was directing people in those clips, telling the camera person where to go, telling the armor where to go. And then you had a situation where at the end, they had somebody they could all blame. It didn't work out with OSHA because OSHA didn't buy it. OSHA said it was the higher ups. So here we are in a criminal court where the government tries to pin all of it on Ms. Gutierrez Reed. And it's just not the truth. It's absolutely right. We do want the truth. We want the truth and all the facts that were found by OSHA to be considered. We wanted all of the facts that you don't have in this courtroom to be considered because that's the only fair way to do it, to resolve all reasonable doubt and to rule it out. If you don't have all the evidence, you can't rule out all of that reasonable doubt. I want to talk about foreseeability, and I want to play this for you. You probably remember that. That was the scene where Mr. Baldwin runs up the hill and cut is yelled. And right after cut is yelled, he shoots. That's, I submit, reasonable doubt, and I'll tell you why. Because Mr. Baldwin went off script. He chose to fire after cut was called. And you're going to see where he does later do the same thing in this tragic shooting. Mamie Mitchell told you on the stand, the script supervisor, that it was not in the script for Mr. Baldwin to point the weapon. It was not in the script for him to point the weapon. And we have to be very careful with facts when we're considering a criminal case and the beyond the reasonable doubt standard. That's extremely important. Because Ms. Gutierrez Reed was going to point the weapon right at Halyna and Hutchins and Mr. Sousa and do what he did. That is the concept of foreseeability. Now, Ms. Morrissey gave you an example of loaded, and then they go and do something, and it hurts somebody. Here, what we had, she did not know Mr. Baldwin was going to do what he did. No one, first of all, called her back into the church that he was using the gun at that time. She had given it to Halls to sit in the church. Mr. Halls then gave it to Mr. Baldwin, and that is the conclusion of the lead investigator. That was what Baldwin said, and that is what Ms. Gutierrez Reed said. So Halls hands it to him. No one calls her back in to let her know Baldwin is doing that blocking scene. She doesn't know that's happening. The medic said she did not hear anybody call that out, first team, over the channel. So that's not getting put out. So Baldwin's doing another audible like he did on this video that you just saw. He's going off script. That defeats any idea that that was foreseeable to Ms. Gutierrez Reed. If she doesn't know what's happening, she can't foresee it. That's a big part of the instruction. The other part I want to talk about foreseeability and where this matters is live rounds. Now, live rounds in this type of situation has not happened in Hollywood. In the 100 years of Hollywood, This has not happened in a situation like we saw in this case. No one on that set foresaw, knew, or thought that live rounds were going to be on that set. No one. You did not hear one witness in this case. Even Miss Morrissey said there was no evidence that Hannah knew about live rounds coming on, or this was done. There's no evidence of that. Nobody thought live rounds were going to be on set. Mr. Souza told the doctors he couldn't believe it. He argued with them. The concept in the involuntary manslaughter of an element of willful disregard of the rights of another. That word willful, and I'm going to go over it soon, means purposeful. That you willfully do something, you purposefully do something. What's impossible for the government to prove in this case.
Can we approach?
Yeah, Halyna wasn't wise.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to talk about willful more in a moment when we get there, but it cannot be willful if Hannah does not know there's live rounds, and nobody did. So she did not do something willfully, knowing that Baldwin could foreseeably hurt somebody with this firearm, because she didn't know it was live. And let me give you an example. It's akin to a nurse, let's say in a hospital, who the pharmacy mislabels a drug. And let's say it comes to her and somebody's ordered it be administered to a patient. She then administers it not knowing that it's a fatal drug of some other type. The pharmacy's mislabeled it. The patient passes. It's the same situation as we have here, where the government would be saying the nurse committed involuntary manslaughter. No, that's not true, because she did not know what happened. It's like a long time ago when the Tylenol capsules were laced with cyanide, way back in the 80s or somewhere around there. There was no prosecution of the pharmacies that didn't know about this, that were tainted by it. It's the same type of situation we have here with the nurse. Ms. Gutierrez Reed did not know there were live rounds, and she was entitled to rely on production buying dummies and the boxes labeled dummies. She's entitled to rely on that. And that reliance is reasonable. So she cannot foresee a live round. Now, I want to talk next about Ms. Gutierrez Reed's statements to law enforcement. You saw her first statement. She didn't have an attorney. She did waive her rights and answer her question. She had not been advised at that time Ms. Hutchins had passed. And she came in a second time and answered all questions. The reason why I say that is she was cooperative. She was trying to assist in what this investigation, what they were investigating. Now, Corporal Hancock never fully investigated the source of the live rounds. And she told you that she focused on people on the set. So again, in ruling out reasonable doubt and where those live rounds came from, we have not done that in this case because there was never a full investigation as to the source of the live rounds. Let me give you an example. The state never called Joe Swanson. And it's kind of remarkable because Joe Swanson was the original source of where these came from. He's also the JS in all the boxes. So the idea that the person where it originated, you wouldn't call that person and get some more information is interesting. But more than that, it leaves a huge hole in the origin of the live rounds. Let me tell you what else it did. Seth Kinney's fingerprints and DNA were never taken. Seth Kinney talked to Corporal Hancock 40 times or more. They supplied information back and forth. And he starts making you wonder about what's going on and why I'm called dishonest for raising the possibility that maybe Mr. Kinney was the source, because he's pretty tight with law enforcement in this case, obviously. They don't do a prop search warrant until 6 days after the incident, and that was Corporal Hancock and the rest of the sheriffs. They don't search Mr. Kinney's business until over a month after. They never asked the FBI to check live rounds for fingerprints or DNA. And so we will not know if Mr. Kinney's fingerprints or anybody else's would have ever appeared on those live rounds on set because they didn't get that evidence. Bryce Ziegler, I want to tell you a little bit, remind you a little bit about his testimony, and that's Mr. Ziegler. He talked about Baldwin's revolver being single action. You have to cock it and then every time you want to shoot it. He testified about breaking that firearm. They actually destroyed the firearm after testing that was approved by the sheriff by hitting that with a hammer. He talked about that you can't determine a live round from a picture. And that's the other point I think is important to consider when considering the picture analysis. Now, the Latin print examiner, examined various things, but she did not examine anything Seth Kenney-wise. There's no analysis on the cartridges from the prop card, and found 8 FBI employee prints. Mr. Gillette, on the powder testing, only tested 11 rounds from Seth Kenney. Again, we know that he brought back 125 from the group that went to 1883. And I also want to remind you about 1883, some of those were Starline brass rounds, and some of those he said had silver primers. So when we get to the set, the live rounds are Starline brass and they have silver primers. It's a continuous chain that could have been traced from Belle Reed all the way to Seth Kenney, all the way back to the set. But they did not do that thorough investigation, and that's reasonable doubt they have not ruled out. The dummies, again, I submit this is another area of reasonable doubt. Witnesses testified the set contained a dangerous mix of dummies. They were dangerous because it was impossible for the armor and prop master to hear and rattle all of the dummies, especially under pressure, rushing, noise on the set. You saw there was a lot of wind that day on the lapel. There's people running around. There's, I think at one point somebody said 200 people. There's all kinds of things going on. And despite that, Mr. Haig indicated in a quiet office he could not hear one of the dummies when it's rattled. That's dangerous because when you're trying to do it quickly, when there's a lot of noise, it may be a dummy. It may not. You can't hear it rattle. Seth Kenney, again, mentioned in this case that he always rattle tested his rounds, and he made sure they're dummies. He told you all that. Well, the problem, but even the box that they say was Seth Kenney's and the rounds that came out of it, there was one round, if you remember, there was got, and it didn't shake. That round had to be sent to the FBI to be broken apart and to be checked to see if it was live. So, and they were fined the statutory maximum by OSHA for managerial safety violations. Again, the team are the ones responsible, and yet we're here with Ms. Gutierrez Reed, the person on trial for the felony offenses. Sherilyn Schaefer was the medic on set. If you recall, she did not have chest seals. She went call out use of the gun before the fatal shooting. Mamie Mitchell, I touched on this earlier. Most important thing Ms. Mitchell said was that it was not in the script for Baldwin to point the firearm. That goes directly to the element when you read the jury. And whether or not anybody can foresee the moments Mr. Baldwin pointing the gun, using it as a pointer, he's up on the hill shooting after cut, and then he's shooting, pointing the gun when he's not supposed to in scenes. David Halls was the first assistant director, as you remember, and he was in charge of overall safety. Now, he got a misdemeanor, 6 months unsupervised probation, even though he was in charge of overall set safety. He never raised any concerns, and in fact, I think he said Hannah did a great job as armor. But I said Mr. Baldwin, and that's Sarah Zachary. I remind you, she threw away rounds on set after the shooting, took items off the prop card. She worked for Seth Kenney, and she texted and called him right after the shooting. One of her texts, she indicated she had said she was talking to Alec firearms on set. She picked up ammunition from Kenney at PDQ. I'll remind you in the testimony that Sarah Zachary and Hannah Gutierrez Reed went to Kenney's place before production started, and he had given them ammunition, leathers, and firearms. So again, we don't know exactly what Mr. Kenney may have supplied to this set because it's not an inventory, it's not all that invoiced. I also remind you about Sarah Zachary when you're considering her credibility and her testimony. She had the text where she wanted Hannah to go to jail, and she was given complete immunity. Seth Kenny, again, I mentioned this. He supplied the leathers, guns, and ammo before arrest began. He had no, and we attached some pictures to the right that you can look at in the jury room about his place. It was an absolute mess. There was stored live ammo in the bathroom. And one of the things I think was important to remind you of is he actually called Joe Swanson and had a conversation with him. And after he gets off the call, his first words are shit, shit, shit. And so that's something as an investigator, you would think after he does that, maybe I should call Joe Swanson and see what's happening, see what that means. That reasonable doubt has not been ruled out. I went over this on the 1883 set, and he brought 125 rounds back. One of the most important points he said was 2 is 1 and 1 is none. And here we didn't have a properly staffed armor component to the set. Luke Haig, he said the live rounds on set were reloads. He could not hear the dummy rattle in the quiet office, and he said Mr. Baldwin violated basic safety rules. Karen Kuhn, you may remember, was the photographer, was checking guns before when she was present. And she also made a comment about Mr. Baldwin that on the day she was taking questions, I believe she said on the 21st, he told her to get out of his personal space and said something in a manner that kind of goes along with how he was on the set. Now she admitted at the end she was guessing. And we also know that the substance in the baggie was never tested. And so the only evidence you have of narcotics in this case is a guess. Now, Ms. Morrissey in her closing indicated that, well, of course we don't have the evidence. The whole thing is throwing it away. Well, you have to firearms thrown away, and we know a firearm was used and throws a firearm away. We know that was a firearm. So we know that would be evidence in a case involving a shooting. Here, we have an unknown substance. Again, they have to rule out all of the reasonable doubt by that. It's not enough to say it's probably something under a criminal standard. It's probably cocaine in that bag because Ms. Smith says it is. If it even happened, we don't even know this happened. The government hasn't established that except through her testimony. We don't know if there was a bag. We don't know if this actually was passed, and that's their burden. Let's say it did happen, that you believe it did happen. It's not enough to say what was probably in that bag. They have the burden to rule it out beyond a reasonable doubt that it couldn't have been anything else. And she's already calling it in her testimony potentially multiple substances, cocaine, methamphetamine, or possibly something else. Without something presumptive to tell you on a test, there's no way of telling what was in that bag. And it's not enough in a criminal case. OSHA, we talked about in detail, and I just want to remind you the root cause they found, they attributed all the responsibility for safety issues to management. Mr. Elliott, he was a defense expert investigator, got an extensive law enforcement experience, if you recall, in APD and military. One of his big points was Mr. Baldwin was not segregated at the beginning, even though he was the known shooter. Hannah was segregated right away. Again, they zeroed in on her in the rush to have her identified. He indicated there was 20 or so key witnesses not identified and segregated. And the problem with that is they can get their stories together and they can change their stories. They can have their memories altered. We know this happened in this case because after the incident, Mr. Baldwin is talking to Sarah Zachary. He's texting and talking to her. Seth Kenny's talking to Sarah Zachary. Mr. Halls is talking to Baldwin after. And so we don't have all the information they're talking about, but we do know they're coordinating, they're talking. The only one not in that group was Hannah. And again, this was the idea. We've got to circle the wagons, and we've got to pick out the person that's going to take the fall for everything that's happened here. That's Hannah. That's who they got. Law enforcement failed to follow up on the origin of the live rounds, and their delayed search warrants caused problems with missing evidence. PJ Pesh testified just this morning. He had said, like everybody else, he's never seen in 35 years an armor split duties with props. It's not possible for one person to keep track of so many firearms. And he indicated it's important to give the armor adequate time and resources, which OSHA said as well. She was not given that to do her job. I want to talk to you about the law that the judge instructed you on, and that is the law. What the judge told you about is what we have to follow in terms of evaluating this. The law presumes the defendant to be innocent. The burden is always on the state to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon reason and common sense, the kind of doubt that would make a reasonable person hesitate to act in the graver and more important affairs of life. A doubt based on reason and common sense. So what the government has to do is rule out every reasonable doubt you may have based on reason and common sense. Or in this country, we don't convict people. That's the standard. And again, I go back to where I started at the beginning. If they didn't rule out the reasonable doubt on Miss Zachary throwing away the rounds, that is always going to be there. Because their theory based on you can identify these pictures and we know exactly what was on the set and what remained on the set, we will never know that because some of them were thrown away. And we didn't get all of Seth Kinney's rounds. We're never going to know that. Other areas of reasonable doubt, I've gone over the top two, top three. The prop car was tampered with. We know that right after the incident, another individual moved it. Now, Lieutenant Benavides said he had eyes on the entire time. But if you saw that video, you can make up your mind what you believe. Ladies and gentlemen, his camera appeared to be pointed right into the vehicle, and the individual getting the cart was way off in the other direction. He said he had his head turned. But you all can decide what you think about that. The prop cart, there was unquestionably items taken from it. We don't know exactly what those are. That is another area of reasonable doubt that the government has not ruled out. You've had witnesses say throughout the trial, you can't tell live ammo from a picture. The reason is that the FBI said it has to be disassembled and you have to open it up because there's powder in it. If there's not powder in it, then it's not live. OSHA stated the root cause of all safety failures was management. OMI ruled this to be an accident, not a homicide. You heard evidence about the esophageal intubation was ineffective to provide oxygen to Halyna. This also was a situation in this case where multiple lawsuits have been filed, and you can evaluate their testimony, those people who have filed lawsuits, with care and caution, because they've got an interest potentially in what's happening in this case by being involved in lawsuits. Involuntary manslaughter, you're going to have that instruction when you go back. That is the charge that Her Honor has read to you. She's given you the law on this. I want to focus you on a couple key points. The government has the burden to show each of these elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The elements are the numbered items. What that means is if you all have reasonable doubts on any of these elements, Hannah cannot be convicted. And I want to focus you in on element 3, that Hannah acted with a willful disregard. Again, you go back to willful disregard, the nurse example, and the idea that if somebody doesn't know, I mean, that could be the same thing with a nurse on trial for involuntary manslaughter, but if she doesn't know the drug was mislabeled, you cannot hold her criminally accountable for something like that. It's the same thing in this case, because no one knew there were live rounds. So she did not act willfully. In anything that happened that day, in loading the firearm, this was another day everybody thought on set. Loading the firearm, in the wildest dreams thought there was a live round. Hannah Gutierrez Reed that caused the death. I submit to you that what caused her to pass was Mr. Baldwin going off script and pointing the weapon. Now, he didn't know there was a live round in there either. He didn't know. Again, he's in the same position that nobody knew there was ever going to be a live round on that set. But the only ultimate act is pointing of that weapon. Miss Guttierrez wasn't in the church. She didn't point that weapon. She didn't pull it. Nobody called her back in. And because of that, those two elements, I submit to you, have not been proven on involuntary manslaughter. The government has to resolve all your reasonable doubts about that, or we cannot convict. Mental state and willful disregard, and that is going to be in your instructions. For you to find the defendant acted negligently in this case, you must find that the defendant acted with willful disregard. And so again, that's the terminology, is willful disregard. You're also going to be instructed, the court instructed you, Her Honor, on negligent use of a firearm. And that is a lesser included offense of the involuntary manslaughter. So when you go back and deliberate, you will have this in front of you as well, whether Ms. Gutierrez Reed endangered the safety of another by handling or using a firearm in a negligent manner. And again, the language is acted with willful disregard. That's what has to be proven under that charge for you to resolve all of your reasonable doubts. Tampering with evidence, I think this is a real stretch, and it is a real stretch. And you talk about guessing. This one, they have to prove the defendant hid a bag of cocaine. Well, the only witness they have to it said it was either cocaine or meth or something else. So just by the testimony alone, the beginning of that, there's no way of knowing it was a bag of cocaine. It's just impossible. There has to be reasonable doubt on that by the government's own witness. Their only witness. No law enforcement testing, there's nobody else. This is absolutely unproven in this case. And you don't even have to get to element 2 because element 1 is not even close to having been proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Proximate cause, it's a legal term, but it's something the government has to prove as well. And this is where you get into that the passing was a foreseeable result of Hannah Gutierrez's act. The act was a significant cause of the death, and the language I want to focus you in on, in a natural and continuous chain of events uninterrupted by an outside event. What these mean, and these are the legal terminology, what it means is that what Hannah Gutierrez did had to be a foreseeable result, but again, that caused her death. But again, without her knowing that there was a live round, that's impossible to meet that standard. She did not have that knowledge, and there's no witness that came in here in this courtroom in 2 weeks to say she had that knowledge. Without it, nothing she did. She has that willful disregard because she just doesn't know. Now, was there an outside event as well? There was an outside event. There's 2 outside events. Whoever put the live round on set, and then Mr. Baldwin in the end going off script and doing what he did. Those are outside events, outside of Ms. Gutierrez Reed's control, that she didn't know was going to happen. That breaks any idea, and there's reasonable doubt that she had anything to do ultimately with Halyna Hutchins' death. Ms. Gutierrez Reed was not a significant cause as a result of her death because of the reasons I've mentioned to you. Another instruction Her Honor gave you is that negligence of a third person, again, I'm going to highlight the language, if it breaks the foreseeable chain of events. Again, the foreseeable chain of events on that set is you have dummy rounds, you have blank rounds, and then you have an orderly progression with how those are being used. Here, we had a completely unforeseeable live round, 6 live rounds that were on set, nobody could foresee. And those were the judge instructed you on, you all are the sole judge of the facts. You all are deciding the facts, ladies and gentlemen, and your verdict should not be because of the law that Her Honor has given you. when you apply that law and you apply the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt, she could not be for safety failures, and not Hannah. There's zero evidence of cocaine. There's no testing. And again, I go back to the idea that Hannah is a scapegoat for all the management failures. They do hope she gets convicted, so they're all exonerated. They can move forward. They can finish that movie like Mr. Sousa said they did and make their money. But as he also told you, the buck always stops with production, and it's their responsibility. In any organization, it goes from the top down. And that's where the responsibility lies in this case. That's what OSHA said. And that's also the truth. And the truth is important because justice for Halyna does not mean injustice for Hannah. And they get to come in and spin their version of facts, and they get to call it truth. Because that's not truth. Truth is not mocking theories that could come true, that might have been the case. Justice is not laughing in court. I submit she did not. And so they can't come in here with a straight face and mock us and criticize us and tell you they have given you enough to convict her behind a reasonable doubt, because they haven't. Thank you.
State's reply.
Hannah didn't know there was a live round on set. I agree. If Hannah knew there was a live round on set and she loaded it into a prop gun and it was used to kill Halyna Hutchins, she wouldn't be charged with involuntary manslaughter. She'd be charged with second-degree murder. She'd be charged with first-degree depraved mind murder. This is an involuntary manslaughter charge because she didn't know there were live rounds on set, and the reason she didn't know was through her own negligence, her own recklessness, her own willful disregard for the safety of other people. That willful disregard, that lack of care for the safety of other people that you have seen throughout this trial, it is shocking. For Mr. Bowles to come up to this podium and say it wasn't foreseeable that Alec Baldwin was going to go off script and pull the hammer and pull the trigger, he showed you a video of Alec Baldwin going off script. Alec Baldwin went off script. Hannah Gutierrez knew it. She was there. Hannah Gutierrez knew that Baldwin was loose. She knew it. She didn't do anything about it, even though it was her job. It was her job. It is her job to say to an A-list actor, if in fact that's what you want to call him, hey, you can't behave that way with those firearms. That is her job. That is what they pay her for. That is the job that she applied for. That is the job that she accepted. Foreseeability. You want to talk about off script? Just remember those videos of the stuntman. That's not within the script. She was there. She watched it. She knew these people would go off script. You know she didn't check the rounds. If she checked the rounds, they wouldn't have been floating around that movie set the entire time, undetected. Give you everything we've got. You have absolutely everything we have. This law enforcement team and this team of prosecutors have reviewed thousands and thousands and thousands of photos and thousands of videos. We have interviewed countless people, many of whom you didn't even hear from. We can't stay here forever. You have absolutely everything you need. One of the amazingly shocking things about this case to me has always been, and it's to Detective Hancock's credit, a defense attorney with his own agenda, no question, comes to her and says, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney. That's his job. Okay, let's make that clear. That's Mr. Bowles' job. He gets Hannah's dad to say, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney, it's Seth Kenney. Rather than ignore them, she gets a search warrant. She took his speculative agenda, presented it to a judge, got a search warrant, and searched that property. And what did they find? That Reed said they would find. They found live ammunition with semi-wad cutter projectiles. You have everything you have. You have everything we have. You have everything you will ever need to convict her. This is 100% foreseeable. Hannah Gutierrez is not a scapegoat. Hannah Gutierrez is not being treated as a scapegoat. Mr. Halls was charged criminally. To his credit, he took an early plea and he got the benefit of that. Mr. Baldwin has now been indicted. Everyone with criminal culpability has been criminally charged in this case. She's not being scapegoated. She is being treated like everyone else. She is not being given a break because she's a woman. She is not being given a break because she's young. Because that's not how the law works. Let me just review my notes real quick, and as I promised you, I am going to try to speed this up for you. Please keep in mind, Mr. Bowles comes up to the podium and says Sarah Zachary threw rounds away. She did. Obviously she did. She admitted it. She told law enforcement that she did it. And rather than try to prosecute her for tampering with evidence, for panicking and throwing some rounds away, she agreed to come in and testify. And her agreement is that she must testify truthfully. And she testified truthfully. You want to know why we don't have an inertia puller in evidence? Why we don't have a box of dummies that Ms. Gutierrez said she brought on set? She said she brought 2 boxes. We've only got 1. You want to know why? Because she went to the prop truck on October 23rd, got access to it, took a bunch of gun belts and a couple of boxes.
Your Honor, I want to object.
Where were we? She took stuff out of the prop truck. She took gun belts. You heard from Sarah Zachary that those were gun belts that she brought from another movie set that were already loaded with dummy rounds. Who knows what was in them? So I want to make sure that we understand what reasonable doubt means. Reasonable doubt means the doubt must be reasonable. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Brian Norvell. It is not a reasonable doubt to cast suspicion on Seth Kinney. All investigative leads were exhausted. He simply didn't do anything wrong. You want to talk about scapegoating? That's the guy that got scapegoated. The doubt must be reasonable. And I don't have to prove this case beyond all possible doubt. If that is what the law required, my heavens, we live in a world of infinite possibilities. The government would never be able to prove a case beyond all possible doubt. We'd have to have a video of absolutely everything that took place. It's not the standard, and it doesn't have to be the standard. So when you're back there and you're talking about doubt, make sure it's a reasonable one under this set of circumstances. You know, Mr. Bowles says to you, these production outfitters were just from one day. That's right. All that happened in one day. Imagine what all the other days were like. That was one day. Mr. Balls is right. The crew didn't believe there were live rounds on set. They believed that she was going to do her job. They believed that she did her job. This isn't Seth Kinney's responsibility to inventory rounds, although he did it. That wasn't his responsibility. Rust Productions didn't provide all of the dummy rounds to the set of this movie. You know from her own statements, she brought 2 boxes on herself. We're not living in an alternate reality. All right. Let's go through these. I'll go through them relatively quickly. When you all go back into the jury deliberation room, you will have your own copy. So you certainly will have a copy to reference. These are some of the instructions that are important to us. Your verdict should not be based on sympathy or prejudice. Sympathy or prejudice? Huh?
It's not showing on the screen.
Oh. Oh, I see. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. So it can't be based on sympathy or prejudice. And for any of you who are feeling sympathetic because she is young and she is maybe inexperienced, although by her own, you all are on this jury because during voir dire you agreed to follow the law. And I will ask you to do it right now. If you had said during voir dire, I can't follow the law, I feel too sympathetic, you wouldn't be here. And if you can't follow the law, you can probably excuse yourselves. I'm going to skip that one. That's an easy one. You must not concern yourselves with the consequences of your verdict. That is the law. That is the law that you agreed to follow. That is the law that you are required to follow. Hannah Gutierrez endangered the safety of another by negligent manner. There can be absolutely no doubt. Danger by her actions. Yeah, she knew. This was completely foreseeable. She was trained in firearms. She knows what we all know. Guns can kill you. You gotta be really careful. Her act caused the death of Halyna Hutchins. (12A) is the alternative theory. And so let me explain to you that 12 and 12A are alternatives. You must make a decision about guilt or innocence unanimously to the count, not to the alternatives. So 6 of you can say, I think she's guilty of 12, but not 12A. Another 6 of you can say, we think she's guilty of 12A, but not 12. Done. You're done. Hannah Gutierrez loaded live ammunition into a firearm. Yes, she certainly did. She told the police she did. She failed to perform an adequate safety check of the ammunition. Of course, you know that. She didn't do it just once. She did it numerous times. She acted with willful disregard for the safety of others, without question. So you are being presented with what's called a lesser included offense. And I will remind you the instructions that the judge read you at the beginning. Your first job is to see if you can agree on involuntary manslaughter. If you find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter on either alternative, you do not move on to this misdemeanor. It's done. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then you get to move on to the misdemeanor. You've heard a lot about that. I'll skip it. This is what we call a general criminal intent instruction, and I want to just make sure that you understand manslaughter, because she is charged with negligent homicide, not intentional. Very importantly are the proximate cause jury instructions. These jury instructions are what allows you to find Ms. Gutierrez guilty, even though Mr. Baldwin may have also been a significant cause of the death of Halyna Hutchins. So the act of the defendant was a significant cause of the death of Halyna Hutchins. The significant cause of death, if it was an act which, in a natural and continuous chain of events, uninterrupted by an outside event, resulted in the death, and without which the death would not have occurred. Into a prop gun, and this was after they were loaded into Jensen Ackles' gun belt and Alec Baldwin's holster. And she told Dave Halls, this is a cold gun. He told the crew, it's a cold gun. At that point, everyone certainly assumed that there wasn't a live round. She knew Baldwin would go off script. She didn't have prop duties to tend to. She walked out. And even if she had been there, it wouldn't have made a difference, because you have seen the incredible lack of control that she exercised as the only person on the movie set in charge of firearms. Their intervening event is that Baldwin manipulated the purpose of the prop. He's going to manipulate it. You saw a bunch of other actors do it. Very importantly, there may be more than one significant cause of death. If the acts of two or more persons significantly contribute to the cause of death, each act is a significant cause of death. If you think Baldwin's act was a significant cause of death, that's okay. You can still convict her. Jury instruction 20. If you find the negligence of a person other than the defendant was the only significant cause of death, or constitutes an intervening cause that breaks the foreseeable, well, that's not this case. She brought the live rounds on set. She put a live round in a prop gun. That's the reason that Ms. Hutchins is dead. One of at least two reasons. I will again thank you very much for your time and for your attention. I know that this has been hard work for you folks. I will ask you, Hutchins. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Instruction number 22, I will now ask you to retire to the jury room to begin your deliberations. You will be provided a copy of the jury instructions, and the exhibits introduced as evidence will be made available to you. Prior to beginning your deliberations, you will need to select one of you to act as foreperson. That person will preside over your deliberations and will speak for the jury here in court. Forms of verdict have been prepared for your use. You will take these forms to the jury room. When you have reached a unanimous agreement as to your verdict, the foreperson will sign the forms which express your verdict. You will then return all forms of verdict, these instructions, and any exhibits to the courtroom. There are 12 that deliberate. There are 4 alternates on this jury, given the long length of this jury. Keeping with the privacy, I'm going to pass this instruction down with the help of Ryan. You're going to look if this is one of your names, and you are one of the alternates. What I'm going to ask the bailiffs to do is to first take the alternates out so they can get their belongings. And I'm going to ask you to meet me down at the end of the hallway to explain. I hate to tell alternates they're alternates because they've been paying so close to the evidence. And so just to talk with you, and then and thank you. And then right along on your right on your themselves. Okay, and the jurors will go into the room. So I'll need the aid of both. Pass this piece of paper over to you. Here. There's 4 names. See if one of them is yours and you're an alternate. It's at the bottom. All right, so follow the alternates follow Ryan. I'll meet you down at the end of the hallway after you get your belongings, and then you'll follow with the jury.
Rise.
All right, we're in recess. I'll be back in, but we're in recess. Your exhibits and things like that.
Okay, watch. Let's go over and change the status. Okay, they might let her off on the tampering with evidence in terms of the cocaine. I think there's the tampering to do with her removing things from the prop card. And the defense's argument that she was, or that the person who leaned over the crime scene tape and planting evidence on it is laughable. Um, that's just desperation thing. I mean, what motive would the guy have for doing that? Okay, so system to help riders feel safe after the spike in transit crime, Governor Kathy Hochul said Wednesday. The new deployment is in addition to the 1,000 New York City police officers who patrol subway lines and do security checks on bags in the nation's largest transit system last month crimes. Hochul announced the deployment of the National Guard troops as part of a 5-point plan to protect subway riders. Oh, okay. I was trying to. Okay. Since taking office, I've been laser focused on driving down subway crime and protecting New Yorkers, Hochul said. My 5-point plan will rid our subways of violent offenders and protect all commuters and transit workers. I am sending a message to all New Yorkers. I will not stop to keep you safe and restore your peace of mind whenever you walk into those turnstiles. Hochul said she is directing members who are currently part of the Joint Task Force Empire Shield available. The service members on the New York National Guard are always ready to assist our partners as they ensure that they are the safety and security of our fellow citizens. Major General Ray Shields, Adjutant General of the National Guard, said in a statement. Hochul said her plans also included assigning 1,000 state workers, including 250 state police troopers and Metropolitan Transportation Authority police members to assist the New York Police Department in enhanced baggage checks at heavily trafficked areas of the subway system. No one heading in to their job or to visit family or to go to a doctor's appointment should worry about the person sitting next to them possessing a deadly weapon, Hochul said at a news conference Wednesday. The governor also announced a proposal to amend the state law to allow judges to ban people convicted of assaults within the system from using MTA services as part of sentencing. Hochul said there is currently a provision that allows a transit ban as a term of sentencing for individuals who assault transit workers, but under her plan, the provision would be extended to include assaults of anyone within the subway system. Additionally, a 5-point plan would seek to improve coordination between law enforcement, transit personnel, and the city's district attorneys on how best to combat crime in the subway system, including initiating regular meetings between the agencies to share information regarding holding their dangerous repeat offenders within the system. Within the system accountable. Hochul said the first meeting is scheduled for next week. They will assist district attorneys in their casework and support existing efforts to keep violent offenders off the streets and out of the subways, according to the statement released from Hutchins' office. Hutchins said she will also hire a new criminal justice advocate to assist victims of subway crime, and the transit police officials will develop a new early warning system to flag recidivist offenders for district attorney offices during the booking process. The MTA is also speeding up the installation of cameras inside subway cars, Hochul said. New cameras will also be focused on conductor cabins to protect workers and to assist police investigators in identifying and arresting assailants who target transit workers. Hochul said she is allocating $20 million to expand the Street Conditions Observation Unit, or SCOUT, team pilot program in partnership with New York City, which includes people trained to handle severe cases of people in the throes of mental health crisis in the subway system. The governor also said additional funds will help the rapidly scale up the pilot program to 10 teams by the end of 2025. The transit system is too important to the city and region to allow the perception of safety or lack of it to scare people away, said MTA Chairman and CEO Jano Lieber, adding that his agency has already installed thousands of new cameras in subway stations aboard trains, adding to 10,000 monitoring devices already working in the system, and have proven time and time again to lead police apprehensions and even deter crime. Transit crime fell in.
Hey, everybody, Long Crimes, Jesse Weber here. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Rust trial of Hannah Gutierrez Reed. You know, this case makes me think about how people get hurt.
Okay, so let me go back and find my place. Transit crime fell in February by more than 15% compared to a year ago, but subway crime in January was up 45% due to grand larcenies. Rattling off the statistics saying things are getting better doesn't make you feel better, because especially when you've just heard about someone being slashed in the throat or thrown onto subway tracks, Hochul said, adding that a man was kicked onto the tracks over the weekend at Penn Station subway stop, and 3 fellow riders pitched in to pull him out of harm's way. Well, that's very commendable. New York Police Department Transit Chief Michael Kemper said the number of arrests in the subway system rose 45% this year. More than 3,000 arrests were made in the subway system in the first 2 months of the year. Many of them repeat offenders, Kemper said. Example of the recidivism problem, Kemper pointed to a 20... Oops, just a sec. I had a call coming in. As an example of recidivism, points to a 23-year-old woman released by a judge last week after she was charged with attacking a cellist playing in the subway. Elmira Hunter was arrested again Tuesday for stealing a $235 Montclair baseball cap at Nordstrom. Hochul's tough on subway crime action comes after 6 people were shot, one fatally, at a subway station in the Bronx on February 13th. The shooting victims included 4 men and 2 women whose age ranged from 14 to 71, all taken to local hospitals. A 34-year-old man died from a gunshot wound suffered in what police described as a random shooting. On February 23rd, a 45-year-old man was fatally shot during a fight that broke out in a subway car in the Bronx, authorities said. 3 people were arrested for the slaying. Hutchins' plan received immediate praise from some New York prosecutors. New York subways are beating heart that keeps our city moving, and the traffic riders and NPA employees is a top priority for my office. Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez said in a statement, the comprehensive plan proposed by the Governor Hochul will help us achieve that goal, and I thank her for leadership and ongoing commitment to public safety. We look forward to continuing to collaborate with all our partners to fight crime on public transportation. Staten Island District Attorney Michael E. McMahon added, my team is eager to work with these new personnel and new technologies to both keep repeat offenders off our bus and trains and to build the strongest possible cases against those who break the law and harm our quality of life. Yeah, that sounds all fine and good, but aren't they pretty lax on when you release them on some stupid home confinement? Like that really does any good? Anyway, let's see. Okay, that was a mouthful there. Let's take a quick look and see if we've got anything else newsworthy. Utah State Prison issues warning to visitors after 4 arrests. Leave your drugs at home. Okay. Administrators in the Utah Department of Corrections are warning visitors not to bring drugs into their facilities. The message comes on the heels of arrests of 4 people in 8 days who allegedly attempted to pass drugs to inmates at correction facilities in the state, according to the Department of Corrections. At least 3 of these incidents were at the main Utah State Prison in Salt Lake City, known as Utah State Correctional Facility. Yeah, that's kind of redundant. One of those arrests included a brazen case of a small hole being cut in the plexiglass barrier separating visitors from inmates, and drugs were passed through the hole. Dana Cruz Rodriguez, 26, was arrested March 2nd for investigation of drug possession, damaging the prison, and bringing prohibited items into the prison. On that day, Cruz Rodriguez was visiting inmate Kevin Zamora. After her visit, officers searched the booth where she had met with Zamora and found a hole in the glass of the barrier booth that separated Diana and Zamora, according to this police booking affidavit. Cruz Rodriguez was detained and questioned. Diana admitted to cutting the hole in the glass with her car keys and passing a piece of paper through the hole that contained 10 strips of an orange substance. Based on my experience, I know this substance to be Suboxone, the arresting officer wrote in the affidavit. Suboxone is typically used to treat opioid addiction, but also can cause dependence if misused. While being booked into Salt Lake County Jail, 2 more strips of Suboxone were found on Cruz Rodriguez, according to the affidavit. Although Cruz Rodriguez allegedly claimed she used her car keys to cut the hole in the plexiglass, corrections officers on Wednesday released a picture of a small bent piece of metal similar to a bent nail that was collected from the scene and said Zamora made a hole in the plexiglass barrier. Administrators believe that it is possible that both Zamora and Cruz Rodriguez were digging a hole at the same time. Zamora was convicted in 2019 of aggravated robbery and in 2021 of failing to stop at the command of police on February 15th, just 3 weeks before the plexiglass incident. He pleaded guilty to having a homemade weapon in the prison, according to the court records. Sounds like a real prince. In another incident, February 23rd, Shireen Tuati, 45, was visiting her son in the prison when she was observed putting an item in a crayon box used by children, according to the statement in the Department of Corrections. That item was later determined to be drugs. A police booking affidavit further states that Tuati claimed that she received the drugs from an unknown person in Magna, but did not know what kind of drugs they were. She was arrested for investigation of having prohibited items in a correctional facility. Well, if some random person gave her drugs in Magna, why did she carry them into the prison? Okay, February 27th, Angeliette Esmeralda Flores, 20, was visiting her boyfriend at the state prison. While sitting at the visiting table, she was observed leaning suspiciously over towards the ground and then he leaned back and picked something up. After a few minutes, he was observed placing his hands in his pants and what appeared to be putting something in his rectum. Oh, great. Both of them were detained, and he was taken to a secure holding cell where he voluntarily produced a small package containing drugs, according to a police affidavit. I thought they didn't allow person-to-person contact. Maybe they changed that restriction. Flores was arrested for investigation of having prohibited items in a correctional facility. Her arrest came one day after entering a plea bargain in Kaysville Justice Court in a misdemeanor drug case, according to the records. Information about the fourth arrest was not released. Those who bring drugs in and other contrabands into our facilities will be held accountable and they will be prosecuted, according to Mike Schoenfeld, Law Enforcement Bureau Chief of the Utah Department of Corrections. Thanks to new investigative techniques, officers have information on possible future deliveries and are keeping an eye on specific individuals, the department said. Schoenfeld said all security measures are currently being reviewed, including whether thick glass should be replaced with plexiglass or if in-person visits should even be allowed. He said that all of the county jails have video visits only. Oh, interesting. You'd think it'd be the other way around. At the Utah State Prison, he said the goal is to give inmates a success and provide an opportunity for them to become sober and re-enter society. But when it says administrators may have to rethink the way they operate if visitors continue to try and take advantage of visiting privileges. Schoenfeld's warning to visitors to keep drugs away from prison. Do not take the risk unless you want to go to jail. So, now that I think of it, it was when people were wanting to get an interview with James Brenner in the jail that that I learned from the late Marcos Ortiz that there weren't any in-person visits. And so I just extrapolated that to the prison, but no. Okay, that was my doing. Let's see. Do we have anything else? Utah Olympic silver medalist charged with assault, domestic violence. Former U.S. Nordic combined skiers facing felony charges after police called what domestic violence at his home in Park City. Seems that happens. Oh, okay, here. This is one that we talked about previously. It was says prosecutors dropped charges mid-trial against 3 accused of possessing stolen Hotel California lyrics. New York prosecutors abruptly dropped their criminal case mid-trial Wednesday against 3 men who had been accused of conspiring to possess a cache of handwritten lyrics to Hotel California and other Eagles hits. Assistant Manhattan District Attorney Aaron Genandes informed the judge at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time that prosecutors would no longer proceed with the case, citing newly available emails that defense lawyers had raised questions about the trial's fairness. Trial had been underway since late February. The people concede that dismissal is appropriate in this case. A raft of communications emerged only when Eagles star Don Henley apparently decided last week to waive attorney-client privilege after he and other prosecution witnesses had already testified. Defense argued that the new disclosures raised questions that it hadn't been able to ask. Witnesses and their lawyers used attorney-client privilege to obfuscate and hide information that they believed would be damaging, Judge Curtis Farber said in the dismissing the case. Case centers on roughly 100 pages of legal pad pages from the creation of a classic rock colossus. The 1976 Hotel California ranks as the 3rd biggest seller of all time in the U.S., in no small part on the strength of its evocative, smoothly unsettling title track about a place where you can check out any time you like, but you can never leave. The accused had been 3 well-established figures in collectible world: rare books dealer Glenn Horowitz, former Rock and Roll Hall of Fame curator Craig Inciardi, and rock memorabilia seller Edward Kaczynski. Prosecutors said the men knew the pages had dubious chain of ownership, but peddled them anyway, scheming to fabricate a provenance that could pass muster with auction houses and stave off demands to return the documents to Eagle co-founder Don Henley. The defendants pleaded not guilty to charges including conspiracy to criminally possess stolen property, though through their lawyers, the men contended that they were the rightful owners of the pages, weren't stolen by anyone. We are very glad the district attorney's office finally made the right decision to drop the case. It should never have been brought, said Jonathan Bach, an attorney for Horowitz, outside the courtroom. Horowitz looks like he needs a haircut. Horowitz hugged a tearful family member, but did not comment while leaving the court, nor did NCRD. The defense maintained that Henley gave the documents decades ago to a writer who worked on a never-published Eagles biography and later sold the handwritten sheets to Horowitz. He in turn sold them to NCRD and Kaczynski. He started putting some of the pages up for auction in 2012. Henley, who realized they were missing only when they showed up for sale, reported them stolen, testified at the trial that he let the writer pore through the documents for research, but never gifted them or gave them to anybody to keep or sell. The writer wasn't charged with any crime and hasn't taken the stand. He hasn't responded to messages about the trial. In a letter to the court, Genendez, the prosecutor, said the waiver of attorney-client privilege resulted in belated production of about 6,000 pages of material. The delayed disclosure revealed relevant information that the defense should have had the opportunity to explore in cross-examination of the people's witness, Genendez said. 6,000 pages, that's a whole heck of a lot of stuff. Okay, let's see what's on my playlist. If you're still here, Indiana, I got a thing which is a recap of key points in the trial. I can't find the tab. Okay, let me open a new tab. Oh, here. I've got the tab. Okay. I've got some body language analysis. Okay, let's listen to the testimony again of the camera assistant who gave such compelling testimony about the shooting, because he was right there on the scene.
Pine Tongue now cleans even better. Ooh. It's that kind of clean.
Have a seat talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Adiego.
Spell your last name, if you would.
Addiego.
Mr. Adiego, how are you currently employed?
This was, I think, one of the two biggest witnesses in the case. I got chills listening to this guy's testimony. So you definitely want to hear this, and then we'll go look at the key moments in the trial. So here we go.
As a dolly grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dolly grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes, rigging a camera to vehicles, I assist them in any way that I can as a representative from the grip department.
You do this on movie sets?
movie sets, television sets, music videos, commercials. Yes.
Give us a little bit of an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when we talk about film credits, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
On a TV show, we wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie. But online, there's a database, internet movie database that kind of tracks not only the productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under. So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
Okay. So your total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment, yes.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as the A-camera dolly grip on a little movie called Rust.
So when you say a camera, is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had two cameras, an A camera and a B camera.
And is that common?
It is very much common, yes.
Have you ever worked on films that had more than two cameras?
Yes.
And have you worked on films that had only one camera?
Yes.
So as the A camera dolly grip, can you just kind of walk us through what you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the director of photography capture the director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the Western town or the beautiful environment we were in. A lot of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment used in lieu of a tripod or another stable or static camera support apparatus. So the dolly typically has 8 wheels, different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system. So I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Halyna Hutchins.
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on the shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
On that project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And then we also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of our sets and locations.
So how long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks, are we talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day weeks, but at some point our weeks shifted. I think we were doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule. So we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
Okay, because you had weekends.
We did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours or some such.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but a dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why would a production company hire an armorer?
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of set armor are?
Sure.
Mr. Audiego, based on your experience working on films with armorers, do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My understanding of the armorer's responsibilities is any working firearms and any ammunition is under their control.
And when you say that working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control, let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to lack of foundation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
You've testified that you have worked on 12 movie sets with armorers. Is that correct?
It is correct.
12 or more.
At least 12.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe are the industry protocols for armorers on movie sets?
Your Honor, again, I want to object.
Counsel approach.
Mr. Audiego, in the films that you worked on where there was an armorer, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust, did you notice certain safety protocols that you yourself saw armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the movie Rust?
Yes.
So I'd like to talk to you about those. In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how, under what circumstances in your experience, can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a scene?
Your Honor, I'm also going to object to relevance. What happened on other movies has no relevance to what happened on Rust.
Response.
Give me a brush.
Sure.
armorer who's been facing involuntary manslaughter charges and a tampering with evidence charge, all connection with the death of cinematographer Halyna Hutchins. Now, we know that on October 21st, 2021, a live round was discharged from a prop gun that was being handled by actor and producer on the film, Alec Baldwin. He is facing his own involuntary manslaughter charges. He got himself in trouble when he previously and famously said he didn't pull the trigger, but forensics and ballistics testing indicated that it would have been impossible for the gun to go off in those circumstances without pulling the trigger. He's facing a separate trial in July. We plan to cover it here on Law and Crime. Now, I want to get more into what's happening here, and I'm going to get more into the substance of this case. But before I do that, my main question is, what do you guys think? After everything that has been presented by the prosecution and the defense, and you heard the closings today, do you think Hannah Gutierrez is at fault? Do you think she is criminally responsible? Do you think the jury will find her guilty? What about Alec Baldwin? I tell you right now, I'm planning on doing a show about all of the incriminating evidence that came out against him during the course of this trial, because this case has a lot of intricate details, witnesses, and I'm curious to hear what all of you think. So you can share your thoughts and comments in the live chat that we have up right now. I'm going to be taking your questions, addressing your opinions from there, but also make sure that your message is noticed and doesn't get lost in the mix. You can send a super chat our way. That's the best way to get your get your question noticed. We're going to get it right up there. So super chat's really the best way to get your message up there. All right. So as we go through this, I want to talk a little bit more about the case. So the prosecution here has two alternative theories of involuntary manslaughter here. The first is that Hannah Gutierrez Reed endangered the safety of another by handling the gun in a negligent manner, that she should have known the danger that she was creating, that she acted with a willful disregard for the safety of others, and that, of course, she was a substantial cause of Halyna's death. Not the only cause. We know Alec Baldwin pulled the trigger, but a substantial cause. That is one theory by which the jury could find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter. The other theory is if the jury says, okay, she loaded the live ammunition into that firearm, or she failed to perform an adequate safety check. And that is so important, that she should have known the danger of what she was doing. Again, she acted with willful disregard. So even if the jury is undecided as to whether she handed the weapon over directly to Alec Baldwin herself, there's been some debate and conflicting accounts about that. And even if the jury doesn't believe she loaded the live ammunition, but that she failed to do the proper safety check, she could be found guilty. This gives the prosecution a lot of leeway, a lot of room for the jury to convict her. They still have to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. And look, we're going to have a sidebar coming out tonight about the most damning pieces of evidence in this case against her. But on the face of it, look, when a live round is fired from a gun and kills someone, on its face, you have to say the armorer is the one who's responsible for the guns and the ammunition on set. Unless you can show that there was some sort of sabotage, that someone loaded the gun with a live round when she wasn't looking, or that she, after she handed the gun over, it puts Hannah Gutierrez Reed in a very, very tough position. It also didn't help that much that the live round didn't appear to come from the ammunition supplier, Seth Kenny. Testimony was suggesting that the live rounds found on that set didn't even look like the live ammunition that he had in his company. And the evidence was that the defendant kept a sloppy prop cart, that there were live rounds on there, that she had taken ammunition from another movie set, left it in her car for 2 weeks, then brought it onto the Rust set. So it's definitely creating the impression that she brought the live ammunition onto the set. Now, prosecutors don't have to prove that, but if the jury believes that she brought the live ammunition on the set, that is really, really bad for her. Now, I would say some of the strongest and most damning evidence against her was from this firearms expert named Brian Carpenter. He was shown all of this footage from the Rust set where he sees actors improperly holding the guns, pointing it in the wrong direction, including Alec Baldwin. Videos of Gutierrez Reed not holding the gun right herself. And it doesn't stop. And she doesn't stop. She doesn't intervene. She doesn't do what she needs to do. And that's the problem. That's the problem. She is supposed to be the last line of defense. She has to ensure that these things don't happen. It's the prosecution side. Now, the defense will say, well, she was young. She was inexperienced. Female armor, can she really be expected to stand up to Alec Baldwin, who's rushing this production along? The prosecution would say yes. Doesn't mean the jury will agree. Jurors are human beings. There's a human aspect to that. There's an empathy element to that. But in terms of strictly the legal professional armor duties, there has been consistent testimony that she should have slowed things down, especially if you see Alec Baldwin wasn't paying attention during the training sessions. You should have been more careful, keep a more careful eye on him. And why is all of this important? Because from the accidental discharges to actors pointing weapons at people to the sloppy ammunition all over the place, the prosecution is trying to show that the shooting of Halyna Hutchins was foreseeable, that Hannah Gutierrez Reed should have known what she was doing, and that this could have resulted in a tragic accident like this. Then there's the evidence tampering charge that she tried to get another crew member to dispose of a bag of cocaine. The idea here was that she knew she was in trouble with the shooting, that there would have been evidence that she had been doing drugs, investigators coming in, she wanted to get rid of evidence. And that crew member testified to being handed that baggie. Not entirely clear what the baggie was because she got rid of it. She was a recovering addict herself. Okay, so that's the prosecution. And we'll get to more of your questions in a second. But for the defense, they had a very interesting day yesterday because they focused their evidence on an OSHA report that suggested these series of failures was the fault of management, the producers, that Guttierez Reed couldn't be expected to do what she needed to do. She wasn't given the resources or the time or the opportunity to do what she needed to do because she was working two jobs. She was the armorer, she was working for the props. And an OSHA investigator testified that Guttierez Reed had no authority to make decisions on gun safety training. Now, prosecutors tried to get that OSHA report tossed. They didn't even want the jury to hear about it. Didn't work. And that now conflicts with the prosecution because they have a witness, Gabrielle Pickle, a line producer, who said she did give the defendant more armor days. She was given everything she asked for. And again, does it take away that maybe she didn't do the proper check on the gun? Did she do the appropriate rattle? She wasn't pulled out of the church to do prop stuff, but armor stuff. And they also called the witness to suggest, the defense did, that the investigation itself was tainted. You had witnesses who weren't segregated. So were they coordinating their stories? I don't know. Alec Baldwin's phone wasn't taken away immediately. How can we be sure of what exactly happened? And speaking of Baldwin, the defense will say he was an unforeseeable event. He went off script by doing what he did with the gun that day. He chose to fire it. So it can't be that she willfully disregarded the safety when she didn't know about the live round. Fascinating case here. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the law a little bit later on. And remember, they could find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter, or they could find her guilty of a lesser charge, negligent use of a firearm. And so they have a couple options here, or they could find her not guilty. So we're going to take a handful of your questions from the chat. Before we do, I want to run a poll. So if Hannah Gutierrez Reed is found guilty, do you think Alec Baldwin will meet the same fate? Yes, no, not sure. Again, that Alec Baldwin allegedly handled the firearm, but Hannah Gutierrez Reed is accused of loading the weapon with the live round. I'm interested to hear your opinion. I'm sure he's watching this trial. We know you are, so we'll come back to that poll a little bit later. Let's take some of your questions right now. Okay, we have a super chat. It was Hannah's job to keep firearms safe. Guilty. So there you have it. Look, I'm of the position too, and thanks so much for the super chat. Here's the thing. The way that I look at it is you could say someone sabotaged, right? You could say that someone put a live round in there. You could say that, she didn't know. But the fact that she was the last line of defense, and you had expert testimony saying that you had to slow things down. It was her job. An armorer's job is to make sure that these accidents don't happen. Why do you do the safety check? To make sure that there's no live rounds in the weapon. That's why. So I hear the defense's argument, and it's a good argument given these facts. But at the same time, I have to agree with you, Sarah. I really, I could see a conviction here. I really could. All right, we're going to get to more of your super chats in a second. Actually, let me just give a little highlight. We got some super chats with no question, just people who sent in super chats. Really appreciate it. I'm being haunted, 101. That's so kind of you. I hope that this haunting situation ends. I hope it's not too serious. And we also have Miss Urbex's Ghosts. I don't know if you guys are connected, but hopefully you can communicate. One's being haunted, one's ghost. But thank you so much for the super chat questions. Really appreciate it. All right, we have our first guest. We have our first guest with us. We have with us Steve Wolf, film industry armor, to talk about this. Steve, thanks so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. I don't appreciate that you have a better background than me, but that's okay. That's totally fine.
Now, you can talk to your scenic design folks and they'll come up with something for you.
Oh, we're working on it. We're working on it. So, Steve, great to have you on. Talk to me about what you think so far. We've come to the end of this case. I kind of gave a little bit of my 2 cents. I really feel that it will be difficult for the defense here, given the responsibilities of an armor on the set.
Exactly. The armor is the last line of defense, and the buck stops there. So, the reason there was live ammo on the set is because of entropy. It's because live ammo exists, and stuff gets spread out. You have to expect that there's going to be live ammo wherever you might be, and that's why when you load the gun, you start, you clear it, you make sure there's nothing in there. So you're starting blank. You actually have to look down each cylinder, not make sure there's not residue from something else down there, and then you check each round. You take the round and you shake it. You listen to it. You hear the BBs in there. It's not a bad round. You look for the holes drilled in the side, and then you load them. And then it's not that hard. It's real serious negligence that wasn't done because it's not rocket surgery.
And look, she was on interrogation tape saying she checked the dummy rounds most of the time. Not the best thing to say most of the time. I was curious,
that's
though.
like saying I break at red lights most of the time.
Yeah. It's a problem when you're dealing with a case of a live round being put into a movie prop and ends up going off.
Right.
Let me ask you this. There was a big bombshell that happened in this case where Dave Halls, who was the assistant director who pled no contest to a misdemeanor charge of negligently handling the firearm, he said that it was Hannah Gutierrez Reed who actually gave the weapon to Alec Baldwin. We were always under the impression she had handed it over to the AD, to Dave Halls, and then he gave it to Baldwin. Is that the right protocol there? I mean, we're trying to figure out who did what. What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't put much stock in anything Dave Hall said. Going beyond that, though, the armorer handles the gun, checks the gun, loads the gun, gives it to the actor, watches the actor, makes sure the actor doesn't do anything stupid with it, like point it at someone. And then when they're finished with the rehearsal or the shot, the actor hands the gun back. No, I shouldn't say that. The armorer takes the gun back, re-clears it, and puts it back in safe storage. So nobody should be touching the gun other than the armorer and the actor.
Yeah.
So if Dave in fact didn't touch the gun, well, good on him. He got something right.
We're getting a couple of super chats. I wanted to get your opinion on. I'll give mine and then I'll give yours. First of all, we have one from where is it? Oh, so we have a Marno Frank super chat. Why didn't Hannah testify? Someone died because she didn't do her job and she didn't testify. Now I'm going to couple that with a regular chat that we got from Salt and Peppa. Why didn't she testify? So here's my perspective. Number one, she didn't have to, right? This is not kind of like a self-defense case where someone needs to take the stand to explain why they took a specific action, why they felt the need to use deadly force. And that's not the only case that people take the stand. Some sort of explanation. But also, she said so much in her police interview that A, she would have to make sure that she was consistent, and B, she would have so much to explain away, she could possibly put herself in a worse position. Having said that, Steve, if she did decide to take the stand, and you could give and I love your opinion about why you think she didn't do it, but if she had taken the stand, would there have been something you'd be looking out for that would have said, I can see what she's saying there, or that might give you pause?
Yeah, if she said, I plead the fifth, I could understand that because I could look up what that amendment is. everything else, wouldn't make sense. So first of all, she doesn't have to take the stand because it's on the state. They have the onus of responsibility to prove their case, not her to defend her case. So in that regard, there's no reason that she should take the stand. She also probably shouldn't have said anything in those police interviews. And I think, if her lawyer had been doing their job, they just would have kept saying, you don't have to answer that question. And she didn't have to answer any questions. And this really, not that I'm excusing anything that Hannah did or failed to do, but once you're a suspect in something, your absolute best policy is shut the up, because everything you say is just going to put you in deeper.
I agree. I don't think there would have been much benefit for her to take the stand. I say that because the defense has created a little bit of a situation for the jury where they said not for them to find her not guilty because of sympathy, but they wanted people to understand she was an inexperienced young armorer who was dealing with an A-list movie star who was bossing people around, was creating a very hectic set, was rushing things. They say that could she really be expected to just halt the production, to tell Alec Baldwin, wait a minute, I need to be there. You've been on sets before. You know how this works. Is there any credence to that argument that it would have been very, very difficult for Hannah Gutierrez Reed to jump in and say, listen, we need more safety here. We need to slow things down. That argument, I wonder if it be compelling to
There's
jurors.
some credence to that, and I've seen it happen. And it's on the production company that they hired someone inexperienced. The actual, what do I have to know to make these guns safe, is very simple. I mean, I've successfully taught that to 6-year-olds and they get it. But more importantly, on set, you have to have presence, and you have to have a sense that you have the authority to stop things when they're not going safely. And she didn't feel that she had that, by virtue of her age, by virtue of her inexperience, and by virtue of the disparity between her credibility in the industry and Mr. Baldwin's. So she would feel, I believe she would feel, going out on a limb if she said, stop, this isn't safe. I need to check everything again. And I'm going to hold the production up because of it, which was just the consequence. But that is absolutely the job of the armorer. And I'm sure, having grown up with Thel Reed, a very experienced armorer, as her dad, she must have seen him do that. But you have to go in there. If you're the armorer, you have to be like the Marines drill sergeant. Hand me that gun, point that gun at the ground. We are not moving forward until I render this safe. Anyone who has a problem with that, I'm taking my guns and going home. You find someone else to run your set, because I'm not going to be involved in these shenanigans. Because what the evidence is, when you don't stop because you saw something go wrong, people die. I mean, this is what happened with the space shuttle, right? People knew, they didn't say anything. No one wants to stop the launch of the space shuttle. So now you have defective O-rings that lots of people knew about, and dead astronauts in a catastrophe. Now we have dead Halyna Hutchins because nobody put up their hand and said, can I see that gun? And everyone on the set has the right to stop the production at any time if they feel like there is a safety question. And it doesn't matter. It could be the caterer, the wardrobe, the hairstylist. Anyone who's in that room has a right to say, show me that gun, open the cylinder, show me what's going on in there, and shake those rounds for me, because I'm in this room and I'm in danger and I have a right to know the condition of that gun. And no one did.
And that's the main theme here. This shouldn't have happened, but there is an important element that we're going to get into it. It's actually being addressed by one of the people who's sending us questions. Again, send your questions in our live chat. The super chat is the best way to get your message up there. We have a couple of super chats I'm going to throw our way, Steve. So first of all, this is from TDB. Thank you so much for the super chat. Is Hannah facing civil lawsuits? P.S. Love the hair. Thank you, Steve. I'm sorry. That is just mean. I didn't have to include the second part, but
here. I mean,
it
might not have been directed to us. I mean, Hannah's had quite a makeover.
Yeah. You know what? You're right. Why am I? It's all about me all the time. I'm sorry.
You do have great hair.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Nothing away from that.
So yes, she has been facing litigation. In fact, the latest that I had heard is she had been sued by the gaffer of this production, Rust. But there was a talk a few months back, and I forgive me, I don't remember the latest of it, but that she was going to be dropped from that lawsuit for jurisdictional purposes. I believe the person had sued her from California, and she didn't have the right amount of contacts or connection to California, which is something you need in a lawsuit. But remember, the standard of proof is different in a civil case than it is in a criminal case. And we have seen before times where someone could be found not guilty of a crime, but then sued because you're dealing with proof beyond a reasonable doubt, our highest
O.J.
standard.
Simpson.
Yeah, exactly. O.J. Simpson or preponderance of the evidence, which is just more likely than not than something happened. So in this case, Steve, it would be much more easy for someone to find her civilly liable for negligence than criminally liable for involuntary manslaughter.
So I doubt that Hannah has the money to hire an attorney hourly, which means that any attorney who took the case against her would be taking it on a contingency basis, which means they're going to get a third of what? A third of the earnings of someone who's never going to get hired in the film industry again. I don't even know how that got filed or why someone would take the case, other than for the publicity.
Yep, it's a good point. All right, we got some more super chats. Carl B, tell us your hair care routine. That's about me. That one's about me. I'm going to take that one, but I'm not going to answer it now. Carl B, I'll tell you that on the other side when I have Steve here. But no, thank you for the super chat. I'll get to that. Another super chat, K Cruz. Regardless of the script, she still put a live round in the gun. She knew the scope of her position and the consequences of not performing it well. So I would answer that, K Cruz, and say the jury doesn't have to find definitively that she put the live round in the gun. It could be that she just failed to even check the gun. That could be in and out. It could be that she put the live round in there and she failed to check, or it could be she didn't put the live round in and or failed to check. So that's the way the prosecution has charged her, and it's a very wide way of charging her. So as I mentioned before, the jury has a lot of leeway to find her guilty. Now, your second part, that she knew the consequences of not performing it well. You know what's interesting about that, Steve, is when I was listening to her police interrogation and what she was saying on the body cam, some of the first comments were, I'm a failure. My career is over. I don't want anybody seeing me. She immediately
These
knew
were
that
accurate
she could be,
statements, by the way.
yeah, she knew that she could be, she was responsible.
Irresponsible for it. But in these cases, I think these were the three most accurate statements that she's made in the case. And I think the prosecution is absolutely right. You're guilty if you put live ammo in there, and you're guilty if you failed to check that there was live ammo in there. So that's a damned if you do situation right there.
Yep, that's a good point. So let me move
But the presumption is that there's ammo. The presumption is that there is live ammo in every gun. And that's why the first rule of gun is of make-believe. So when I state the first rule of gun safety, I say all guns are always loaded. And that is a fact until proven otherwise. And therefore, every time a gun is handled by anyone who touches it, it is their responsibility to ascertain the condition of that firearm.
We got
Whether
more questions.
live ammo, no ammo, dummy round, blank, whatever, the gun's in your hand. It's your responsibility to know the condition of the gun.
That's where I stand. I mean, again, unless they presented evidence that she checked the gun, handed it over, and someone secretly put in ammunition or tampered with the gun in some way, I just feel since she was the last line of defense, and that's why you have an armor. But I do have some specific questions for you, Steve. So we have another super chat. Thank you so much. From Awakened Warrior. A new armorer should be required to have years on set with a professional armorer before they could be qualified to take on that role on their own. What's your thought?
Disagree. Recommended, good practice. Mentorship is absolutely the way to learn. Make sure that there's nothing in there. And then if they do put something in there, it has to come from this box. It has to look like this. It has to sound like this. And it doesn't take years of experience to know how to do that. So the standard of what you have to do physically and mentally to do your job properly is very, very simple. And the reason for wanting to have a lot of experience at it is to have the presence, the physical and commanding presence that people respect you and listen to you, because what you say is the law. That if someone violates the safety protocols that you set up, you pack those guns up and you get off set,
Well,
and that's
and,
it. You
and
let
I
them
think
figure it
and I
out.
think there was ample evidence to suggest that Alec Baldwin did not respect Hannah Gutierrez Reed. I mean, there was on the tape, one of the pieces of footage from Rust. He's instructed her on how to do her job because she didn't have another gun ready to go. Now, I will tell you, I imagined Awakened Warrior has asked this question because it seemed to me the evidence would suggest production was cutting cost and they wanted to find a cheap armor that they could then throw the prop duties on her as well. So I think that was the concern, having this inexperienced armor on set, probably cutting costs, but also throw more duties at her that probably weren't the best thing. And that doesn't take away from what could be responsible for. But I think that's the problem too, is the fact that she was hired in the first place.
That's right. She didn't have the experience. She had one movie under her belt. She'd received safety violation complaints on that film, and so therefore she would be the least expensive option. And that's really not, you don't want to go into battle with equipment made by the low bidder. And the same thing on the movie set. Now, if you want to hire an experienced caterer or an experienced hairstylist, maybe you wouldn't personally like that, but the consequences of that are minor. But the armorer, that's a position where if they don't do their job right, it's pretty obvious someone's going to die. So that's not the place to skimp.
Now, again, I actually answered a question. This was from Marno Frank, a super chat. Thank you so much, Marno, for this additional super chat. Do you think the low budget that the film had played a role? A low budget film doesn't mean you don't be professional. So good question. I think we answered that. We have another question that I wanted to ask you. This is from Chris, another super chat. Live reloaded rounds are made with unique components. Why not ID the origin of the live ammo and who reloaded them? It doesn't seem very difficult. Now, before I give you the mic here, Steve, about that, it's a great question because we were trying to figure out where the live ammunition came from. And there was testimony and evidence to suggest that it did not come from Seth Kenny and PDQ because the live ammo that was recovered on the set, and there were 6 rounds that were recovered, did not match the live ammo that the company had. So what's your take on Chris's super chat question?
That it's a curiosity, but irrelevant to the case. Sure, if you want to know where the ammo came from, you can, go hunt down that trail. But it doesn't matter. The fact is that the issue that are germane to this case are that someone put it into the gun without checking, and that no one checked what was in there. So the prosecution is absolutely right on this case. Why did you put live ammo in a gun? Why didn't you check that there was not, what should have been in there? Failure to check that there was live ammo. So those are the two relevant things. I don't really care who manufactured the powder and who, put the primer in, who seeded the round. I mean,
the defense would be
have a tool.
Yeah, but the defense is suggesting, since we don't have answers to this question, since it wasn't thoroughly vetted about whether there was some sort of sabotage, the prosecution cannot prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. They're saying the jury needs all the answers. And that's a fair argument. But like you and I both discussed, even if there was sabotage, even if someone put those live rounds in, if she checked it before handing it off to Baldwin, that feels to me kind of like the slam dunk of this case. Steve Wolf?
Exactly. And someone absolutely, they could have said, Hannah, could you bring some live ammo? Because, on break, the stunt guys want to go out and shoot some tin cans or whatever. Fine. Live ammo could have got left in there that way as well. So it doesn't matter, though. If you clear the gun before you hand it to somebody, no death.
Steve Wolf, really appreciate you coming on. Thanks so much for being so generous with your time and expertise. I know you've been on the network as well. Really appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
All right, everybody. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to continue on taking your questions. Let me just, Steve was great. I'm just now going to answer this question. This is from Carl B. Tell us your hair care routine. I didn't think it was appropriate to have that conversation yet. I'll have it now. Real quick, this is a secret, but you sent in a super chat, so I'll have to tell you. It's a combination of blow drying. It's a combination of using a hat And it's a combination of using forming cream, not gel, forming cream. Years in the making. Took a lot of practice. A good super chat nonetheless. All right. Before we get to more of your questions, I have the results of the poll as of right now. Remember the poll? If Hannah Gutierrez Reed is found guilty, do you think Alec Baldwin will meet the same fate? Well, it looks like, wow, 58% of you say yes, 26% of you say no, and 15% of you say you're not sure. Really, really interesting there. You know what? I'm going to actually ask my next guest about that. Now, remember, this is kind of two different levels of responsibility. They both could be held criminally responsible. One loaded the gun, or allegedly loaded the gun, one allegedly fired the gun, and you could have two causes for the same event. So it's a really interesting question. Keep that coming in. Again, send your chats into the live chat. Send your questions into the live chat. But if you want your message up at the front, we'll read it right here and now. Super chat, the best way to get your message to the top. All right. I want to bring in my next guest. We have with us Natalie Whittingham Burrell, criminal defense attorney, YouTuber. Natalie, thanks so much for coming on.
Hey, thanks so much for having me.
So let me just pause. Let me throw that question to you. If Hannah Gutierrez Reed is found guilty, how does this affect Alec Baldwin's case? Because I will tell you, and as I mentioned, there was a lot that came out in this trial so far against him. A lot about the weapon, a lot about his behavior. What's your take?
So my take is that from a defense standpoint, which is the type of attorney I am, I'm a criminal defense attorney, Alec Baldwin's attorneys are going to throw everything on Hannah Gutierrez. They're going to basically, if she's found guilty. So she'll become the scapegoat for the defense team. And I think that that could in some way benefit the defense. But also, he does have a level of involvement that if they can prove the case against her beyond a reasonable doubt, the prosecution might feel stronger that they can prove the case against Alec Baldwin. So I think it's a matter of how much confidence it gives each side, right? Because he'll get his own separate trial with his own separate evidence. But I am pretty sure the defense strategy will be to put everything on Hannah Gutierrez, especially if she's found guilty.
See, the problem with him is that he was really rushing the production, and he was at one point telling Hannah Gutierrez Reed how to do her job, which I can imagine a prosecutor saying, you felt so confident on how to tell the job. He knows how this works. He knows how these sets work. He knows how these firearms work. And the fact that he had previously said he didn't pull the trigger, which again is a problem because of the ballistics evidence that came out, which we'll talk about. But we have some super chats here that I want to get to. So this is from Johnny's Girl. Thank you so much for sending the super chat. She should not be the only one charged. Sarah, meaning Sarah Zachary, is just as guilty. Throwing away rounds is tampering with evidence. Alec is also guilty. Your thoughts, Natalie?
Yeah, I think throwing away rounds is really problematic. I mean, I don't see any other way to really look at that. And I throw it back to what you said originally, Jesse, which is his initial story that he didn't pull the trigger is laughable. Anything that knows anything about modern day guns knows that that doesn't happen anymore. You pull the trigger. You have to pull the trigger. And so that's why every single time you carry a gun, you have to act as though it is deadly and dangerous and take all the necessary steps to make sure that it's safe. And so I think that there were enough things that came out about Alec Baldwin here that would seriously hurt his case. And that really his attorney's real hope would be to take all the responsibility from him and put it on someone else.
We have a great super chat question about this. This is IR Geek. Thank you so much for the super chat. The state's expert armor witness said that actors aren't expected to check, but at least 3 others were. So how could Baldwin be responsible? Now, I don't remember exactly the 3 others that testified to that, but I would say as the producer of the film and as somebody who was supposed to get the proper training but allegedly wasn't paying attention, and one of the lead actors who was handling weapons on a fair basis, that's what sets him apart. Would you agree?
Yeah, so the level of responsibility is not the responsibility of an actor on set. The level of responsibility comes from his role as a producer. And I know that we've heard from one of the attorneys of one of the other gentlemen involved that's already pled in the case that said that basically he wasn't in charge of the guns and he was only
David
a producer.
Halls. David Halls.
Yes,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
the money side, I don't think that that's right. I think that it's clear that he had more of a level of involvement as a producer, and that's going to give him a certain level of responsibility than, say, an extra on the set that was just handling a gun.
We have another question that I wanted to get to. This is from, where is it? Words 789. Will the OSHA findings hold much weight on jury deliberations? Now, we obviously don't know, but what I would say is I think that was such an important piece of evidence for the defense. We know the prosecution didn't want it in. When you have an OSHA report, and yes, they're an independent agency, different. They're looking at something different than that. It was the management who had all these series of failures that they didn't address that resulted in the shooting, and you're putting the blame on them and saying that they didn't give Hannah Gutierrez Reed the adequate time to do what she needed to do. That's compelling, if not inconsistent, with testimony that we heard that Hannah Gutierrez Reed was given extra armor days. And on the day in question, she left the church to do not other duties, not prop duties, but armor duties. So she could have stayed in the church. How much more would it have taken her to check the cylinder? Because allegedly she didn't check the cylinder properly before giving the gun over to Alec Baldwin or Dave Halls, depending upon who you believe. But it seems to me that the OSHA findings could be something that the jury wrestles with. No?
I really don't think so because Miss Gutierrez, the duty that she did have and what she had control over did not seem negligence. And so she had a duty and responsibility as an armorer. And the facts to me did not bear out that she was prevented from following through with her duties. Other failures definitely happened along the way, and those other people are accountable, but she was one of the cogs in the machine that failed, and she had a responsibility not to fail. That's how I was actually prevented from doing those things, and I would feel differently. I just don't think that that's how that might be their argument, but that's not how the facts were presented to the jury.
So great super chat question right here from very original 78. And this is a very original question from very original 78. And thank you for the super chat. Does Jesse have any advice for attorneys / future attorneys about things to do / keep in mind when handling a case like this? Now, I'm going to go to you too, Natalie, on this. I will say, first of all, we should keep in mind that Carrie Morrissey, who is the prosecutor in this case, is not a prosecutor by trade. She is a defense attorney that was brought on as a special prosecutor. And there has been a lot of debate. And I will tell you this. One of the things I don't love to see is the back and forth between the attorneys that seems to me to be unprofessional at times. And I'm reminded that you have two defense attorneys against each other, right? And so you kind of see that battle of back and forth. And you don't want to see it. The jury shouldn't have to see it, but it's gotten nasty at times. And she's provided a lot of speaking objections that have gone on for quite some time. Not to criticize her, because I actually think that she and her team have put on a terrific case. If you're going to charge somebody with involuntary manslaughter for these set of facts, I think the evidence has been incredibly compelling. In terms of the defense, look, I think they have some difficult facts to contend with. Are they throwing a lot at the wall to see what sticks, saying, it was Seth Kenny, it was this person, it was sabotage, it was, the OSHA report says that the managers and the producers were at fault, not her. Their job is to raise reasonable doubt and raise questions. And I think that's what they're trying to do. They've been given a really bad set of facts here. But Natalie, I will ask you, I don't particularly see anything that they should do differently in terms of presenting their cases. Not sure if you feel differently.
I would say that, when you talk about the tussling back and forth that's occurring in front of the jury, I really try to avoid that in my own trials. And the reason being is this. When you're at the bench, in a bench conference with the husher on where the jury can't hear you, the rest of the court can't hear you, you can get a bit more spicy, but you don't know how the jury is perceiving. For me, it's the prosecutor who's the other side for me. You don't know how they're perceiving that person. And so they might really like them or something, or identify with them. They might look like their daughter or niece or nephew. And here you are kind of going back and forth with them. So I try to quell that as much as possible. I think it's important to remain it's an adversarial system, but you do not have to be nasty and disagreeable in order to advocate for your client very zealously. And I think sometimes remember that you really do catch more bees with honey than with vinegar. When making very stringent arguments, doing so with a smile and catching people off guard by being nice while you're being nasty is very effective. So that's one of the biggest. I always tell the young students that I deal with in my profession about that. Kill them with kindness. It really does help.
All right. Some great legal advice from Natalie Whittingham Burrell. Thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time. Love talking to you, Natalie. We've got to get you on more.
Thanks. Thank you, Jesse. Oh, can I just say one thing before I go? I don't want to kill your
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. I saw someone in the comments say, "Is that Natalie Lawyer Chick?" So yes, that is Natalie Lawyer Chick. I'm here on YouTube. Sorry. Okay, bye.
Is that your promote? Is that your handle? Is that your YouTube site?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's, and I never say that on here. So yes, one of my subscribers is in the comment section and says I need to say my name. So
there you go. Love it.
Thanks,
Love it.
guys.
All right.
All right.
Famous. Natalie, thank
All
you so
right.
much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. So we're going to take more of your questions, more of your comments. Throw them up in the live chat. Again, super chat, the best way to get those questions up to the top. We'll make sure to answer them. We're going to get back to that poll in a little bit. One question we have, a super chat from Alano. I would love to sniff your hair. Is it minty or more of a musk? This is a family show. Alano. I appreciate the question. Minty. Okay, let's, before we go forward, I want to just take a minute here. I want to take a minute, get serious, to thank our incredible partner and sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, that makes so much of this happen for us. Look, when we're dealing with the Russ case, what does that show? It shows that these tragic, unfortunate events, they can happen when you least expect it. And that includes when you get injured. It is so important to know what your rights are if you're ever seriously hurt, and whether your injury could be worth millions of dollars. That is why Morgan & Morgan, who I want to talk about right now, the largest injury law firm in the country, that's where they come in. So they will fight for the compensation you deserve. And you know why they're so big? You know why? Because they win a lot. They recently won verdicts of $6.8 million in New York, $12 million in Florida, and $26 million in Philadelphia. You see, Morgan & Morgan, they don't settle for these lowball offers from insurance companies. And here, these verdicts, they were all considerably higher than the highest insurance offers for these accidents. Fighting big companies, it takes a big firm. Now, what makes Morgan & Morgan also very special is not just how big they are, it's how easy they make it for their clients. They've completely modernized the process. You submit your claim, you talk to your whole legal team, all from your smartphone. You can see if you have a case in only a few minutes. And get this, the fee, absolutely free unless you win. So to start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan, go to forthepeople.com/LC sidebar, or I believe you can click the link if we have it up or it's pinned in the comments. Hopefully it is, but check out Morgan & Morgan. Again, we very much appreciate their support. All right, we got another super chat, and then I'm going to bring in my next guest, Ava Smith. Oh, just Ava Smith being so kind with a super donation, super chat. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the support. We have another question. What is your over-under prediction regarding the length of deliberations? It's like asking me what the lottery numbers are going to be. It's impossible to know. But I will take a guess. I don't think they're coming back in the next 10 minutes. I don't think they're coming back today. This is a complicated case. I would not be surprised if they come back tomorrow. They're going to be deliberating. I think they'll be able to deliberate for several hours today. Some difficult questions. And remember, something to let everybody know that we haven't talked about yet is the jury has to find unanimously. If they want to vote in favor of involuntary manslaughter, they have to be unanimous. That's clear, right? And remember, I said there were two alternative theories by which they could find Hannah Gutierrez Reed guilty of involuntary manslaughter. If they do not reach a unanimous verdict on involuntary manslaughter, that's it. They don't move on to the other question. if they are unanimous on that not guilty for involuntary manslaughter, only then can they decide whether or not she is guilty of a lesser charge of negligent use of a firearm. And of course, they have to find her, the verdict has to be unanimous there. That is a lesser charge. My understanding is a misdemeanor. But a negligent use of a deadly weapon or firearm consists of endangering the safety of another by handling or using a firearm or other deadly weapon in a negligent manner. And the reason I say that is I was actually listening to the jury instructions today, thinking about the case and saying, I wonder if the jury is going to say she needs to be held criminally responsible. We just don't believe it rises to the level of manslaughter. Perhaps they would find her guilty of that. We shall wait and see. All right. So as we get more of your super chat questions in and more of your chat questions in, let me bring in my next guest. We're joined by Lisa Tarraco, criminal defense attorney. So good to have you here, Lisa. Really, really appreciate it. By the way, first of all, I haven't seen you in a while. Did I pronounce your last name correctly?
Excellent. Perfect.
Not bad, right? Not bad. After not
very
doing
good.
it.
And I like your hair. You look good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. So talk to me about what you think has been the most compelling evidence on the part of the prosecution in this case, and the most compelling evidence you think on the defense's side.
Well, as you know, I'm Dave Hall's lawyer. And so I'm going to start with Mr. Hall's because I thought he gave, contrary to other people's opinions, I thought he gave amazing testimony. And I thought he helped both the defense and the prosecution. I felt like he had the least motive to lie because we've already litigated his case. He came in very early on, wanted to take responsibility, and pled guilty to the misdemeanor. So I feel like he had no motive to lie. He's not suing anyone. He's being sued. But he has no money, so it's not like they're going to, collect a whole lot. So I felt like he testified with a lot of integrity. He made a comment at the end of his testimony that surprised me, but he said, look, I want to come to tell the truth because there's all these other stories out there. And, I want people to know what really happened. And I want changes in the industry. And I thought it was very heartfelt. And I thought that gave him credibility. And so he testified that he did not give the gun to Baldwin.
Yeah, can we highlight that for a second? Because that was a big surprise to a lot of people. We had always been under the impression that the chain of command, the chain of custody was Hannah Gutierrez Reed had handed the weapon to your client, Dave Halls. He gave the weapon to Alec Baldwin. Now, again, Alec Baldwin had previously said, yes, I believe he had first said that it was Hannah Gutierrez. He first said that Dave Halls had handed him the weapon. Then he changed it and said it was Hannah Gutierrez Reed who gave him the weapon. Hannah Gutierrez Reed has always said that Dave Halls gave Alec Baldwin the weapon. But that was a big surprise to a lot of us.
Mm-hmm. And I think what happened was when the case first came out, like the very first day, one of the witnesses called the police and called 911. And that witness said, Dave Halls grabbed the gun from the prop cart. And from that moment on, it was just this snowball effect. So every media outlet in the beginning covered that. And Dave Halls was going, no, that's not what happened. And I think it was really important to him to testify to his truth. This is what happened. And Dave also doesn't like guns. So why would he ever take the gun from the armorer? He doesn't hold guns. He's not a gun owner. So I thought that was important. And I understand that, other people disagree, but I absolutely believed him that he did that. Hannah, why would he take the gun? Why would she give Dave Halls the gun? It goes armor to actor.
See, that was very interesting to me. And I'm going to get to a super chat in a minute. But Lisa, when I was thinking about that, I think it was very interesting that the jury knows he pled guilty or pled no contest. And I think that they realized if he had some level of responsibility and he wasn't the one who loaded the gun and he wasn't even the one who handed the gun, then how could they find Hannah Gutierrez Reed not guilty? And that's the way that I took it, and I know you're limited in what you can say about this case, what you think will actually happen, but the fact that the jury has heard about your client and heard about his legal situation, I'm curious what effect you think that might have.
Yeah, I was surprised that they allowed that to come into evidence, quite honestly, because I can also see the jury going, well, and remember, Dave took the stand and said, I was negligent. I did not check that gun well enough. And, through tears, and, I know that he has felt responsible ever since, that instance. I failed. So maybe they just find Hannah guilty of the same crime as Dave. I'm just throwing this out. This isn't necessarily what I think, but that would have been my concern if I was the prosecution. If they find out that Dave was found, or Dave admitted no contest to the negligent use of weapon, maybe that's all they'll hold Hannah responsible for. Because
That's what I said before.
Included.
Yes, that's what I was thinking before. It's a possibility that.
Hey, what's up? I'm Zach McGowan. You might know some of my acting work. As an actor, my schedule can be a little unpredictable, and unfortunately, that means sometimes I neglect my plants. Thanks to Vego Garden, my plants thrive without my constant care. See, Vego Garden offers durable metal raised beds that are designed to last for years. They have slow-release fertilizers, quality soils, mulch, and a variety of accessories. I'm blessed in life that I get to do what I love. And in the end of the day, I can sit back, enjoy the show, and let Vego help my garden grow.
Case where your client has been accused of not policing people who were pointing weapons on the set at other people. It's something that not the best, to say the least. Let me ask you this. So just generally speaking, going back to can opener, do you think that there should be some more formal or official vetting process of these witnesses before they go to court instead of just laying out their qualification?
Well, two things. The attorneys decide who they want, of course, with approval of the client, but the attorney will say, I need an expert, let's use them. So hopefully the attorney has done that. If the other side thinks that the opposing counsel is bringing in a person who's not really an expert, kind of like a fake expert or a charlatan, then the attorneys can challenge the other side's experts in motions prior to trial. So we would hope that that sort of vetting has already taken place. So
let me ask you this. First of all, we got another super chat. This is from Ann Elizabeth. This is the best place to watch live trials. Ann, I love you. I love you. Don't tell my wife, but I love you. Different kind of love, but I love. Let me ask you this, Lisa. So there was talk towards the end of this case. The defense brought in an expert. I believe it was a private investigator who said he was bothered by the fact that witnesses weren't segregated. And the problem with that is when you don't segregate witnesses, do they start getting their stories together? Do they start coordinating what happened? And even if it's not nefarious, it could be a problem in terms of your memory, right? You might remember one thing, somebody else. There was a conversation about Alec Baldwin talking to your client, Dave Halls, after the shooting. What should people be thinking about in terms of that? What do you think the jury might be thinking about in terms of that?
I don't know if we really cared about that in this trial, because again, I think that Dave was kind of the only one that didn't have a motive to twist the truth in his favor. We might see that if the Baldwin case goes to trial. I don't know about those conversations. It is always concerning when the police do not separate people. And the other thing is, it's always concerning when someone who is suspected of a crime gets to make phone calls, because those phone calls can be to anyone who tells people to say this, or, don't admit to this or whatever. And you really don't get that kind of candid right after the incident, that really candid conversation about what happened. And it does get tainted. And that's why we want the police to do that. So it was concerning.
Lisa,
I don't know if it affected it.
Let me ask you about Alec Baldwin, because obviously he has to be watching this trial, and the impact of this trial, what the outcome of it is going to have an effect on his case. I'm going to do a sidebar, which is our podcast. I'm going to do a sidebar. My plan is to do one on some of the most, some of the evidence that came out during the course of this trial that kind of implicates Alec Baldwin. And I'm curious if there was something that came out here that you think is going to affect his case? You mentioned, because you said something interesting, if it goes to trial. And I didn't know, obviously the charges could be dropped. That's happened before. The charges were dropped. They were refiled. Could take some sort of deal. This trial effect on Alec Baldwin. What's your take?
Well, I said that because at one of the prior hearings on the Baldwin case, the defense attorney raised the fact that they have dispositive motions that they want to be filing. And he said, we have motions that things were not handled correctly. I think he was implying to in the grand jury, the indictment. And so the confidence of which that attorney put forth that, they're going to win this case on a motion is why I'm saying if it does go to trial. But then I forgot your question.
My question is, there's different levels of potential culpability here, right? She allegedly loaded the weapon, didn't check it. He was the one who allegedly fired it. He really got himself into hot water by saying he didn't pull the trigger. Ballistics forensic testing would suggest that under these circumstances, that is very unlikely, almost impossible to happen. You have to pull the trigger in order for that gun to be discharged. And we saw a lot of video of him on the set, the way he was handling the gun, the way he was allegedly rushing the production. We heard about ballistics evidence. Carrie Morrissey in her closing argument today even referenced Alec Baldwin, say he's going to have to answer one day for what he did. And I'm just curious, this trial, after everything we've seen, do you think it helps his case in any way or hurts his case in any way?
I think if Hannah is convicted, I think it's possible the prosecution can say, okay, we had a death and we've held someone accountable. And it might take some of the heat off of the Baldwin trial. But I also know that there's a real split in the community here in Santa Fe, because some people think, because it's a big film community, and some people think the actor relies on the armor and the assistant director. And when the actor is handed a prop, that actor trusts that. And so therefore Baldwin did not do wrong. It was just a tragic accident. So there's a real split in how people see. It's not like it was a hunting incident and they handed him the gun, or on the streets and your homie hands you a gun as you're driving by, the enemy. This is a very different setting. So we'll see as it plays out.
It's so interesting. All right, so we're going to take another round of super chat questions, regular chat questions. This is the time to get it in. If you have a question from me or Lisa before we sign off, got another super chat question. This is from Fly 205 Productions. Do you think that the incident with the defense witness accidentally pointing the gun to the judge/prosecutor could negatively impact Hannah Gutierrez Reed? It's such a good question because the last time I remember this happening was the Alec Murdaugh trial, where the defense attorney was holding the weapon. Let me rephrase. There was no murder weapon that was recovered in that case. There was a weapon that he was holding that could have been it. And he pointed at the prosecution's table and joked, tempting. People laughed. There was a little bit of dark humor. But this is a case where it's all about how you pointed the weapon, right? It's all about don't point it at people. And the fact that their witness allegedly did the one thing that she's accused of not policing, I would say it does hurt her case.
Well, it seems if it was Baldwin's case, it would have really helped because it shows how accidents happen. But Gutierrez's case is more about, I think, narrowly focusing on, did she load the live ammo and did she fail to check it?
I would I would disagree, because I think the most that they've shown about that people on the set, there was accidental discharges, the ammunition was all over the place, that people were pointing the guns in the wrong directions. It goes to that foreseeability argument. She knew all this was going on. It should have been foreseeable to her that something like this could have happened. That's where I think it matters.
And let me give you just another slight perspective. The whole time I've done this case, it's like when you check the firearm, you never check it for live ammo, because live ammo is never on a film set. So it's like you're checking it to see if she loaded dummies or blanks. The thought that you're ever checking it for live ammo was unfathomable. And you got that from Joel Souza as well as Dave Halls. So it's kind of like you know, it wasn't ever foreseeable. Remember, Joel Souza said, after I got shot, I kept thinking, what happened? How could this, the thought that it
Well,
was live ammo.
I like this back and forth because I will counter that and say there were live rounds found on her prop cart. So she should have been checking that there were live rounds there. And with all the problems, accidental discharges is outside the realm of possibility to say, I got to check this for live rounds. Joel Souza might not know. He's not so involved in the day-to-day of the ammunition. And so, of course, he would be surprised. But the fact that there were live rounds found on her prop cart, I think that added an extra level of awareness for her.
I hear what you're saying, but I also think that Joel Souza didn't know there were live ammo. Like you said, Dave Halls didn't know there was live ammo. The camera crew, the lighting, all those people didn't know there was live ammo. Did Hannah know there was live ammo? I mean, I don't know if we ever really got that.
Well,
or
again,
was she just reckless in not verifying that it was live ammo?
And as we've talked about, the jury could find her guilty of involuntary manslaughter if they say she negligently used the weapon, or she loaded the weapon with live ammunition, or she just failed to check it. So there's all these different ways. We got a great super chat. Some would say my favorite super chat. This is from Haley Weber. Jesse, you are doing a great job. Love your wife. So that is probably my favorite super chat I've gotten of the day. No offense to the others, but it is my wife. That's very, very sweet of her. So talk to me about this case in terms of the involuntary manslaughter charge in the past several years. And I love you too, Haley, by the way. But in the last several years, involuntary manslaughter has been used in these kind of unique ways. I think about the Michelle Carter case, where a woman was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter for pressuring her boyfriend over the phone to kill himself. Okay. She wasn't even in the same room with him. It was all over the phone. It was through text messages. We saw recently the James Crumbley case, a mother being found guilty of involuntary manslaughter for not doing enough to prevent her son from committing a mass shooting. Now involuntary manslaughter being used here against an armorer for a set shooting, an accidental shooting. Talk to me about how we're stretching this and whether it makes sense.
I don't think the Hannah Gutierrez charging of the manslaughter charge, I don't think that's a stretch. I mean, I think, the question is the armorer ultimately responsible or not? We're talking about a firearm. To me, the stretch would be many years ago. And unlike you, I can't cite the name of the cases, but there was a series of cases in New York City of contractors who built buildings and kind of, cut corners. And then, the building collapses and people die, charged with voluntary manslaughter. So, to me, those things are stretches. But I don't know that this particular case, when we're talking about a firearm, talking about ammo, we're talking about someone pointing the gun at another human, all of those things, I think those do lend themselves and beg the question. And that's the jury question. Was it negligent use? Was it a manslaughter? Or was it just an accident and we walk away?
We have another super chat. This is from TDB. Sorry, Haley. Jesse and his hair are mine. I don't like fighting. I don't like fighting on here.
No.
Let me ask you about the defense. Yeah. So the defense raised a lot of different things here, right? They said that the OSHA report would indicate that the fault doesn't lie with Hannah Gutierrez Reed as much as it does with the managers and the managerial team, the producers. They faulted the investigation. They said that she was spread too thin. She had two different jobs. She wasn't able to do what was necessary. The counter argument to that is there is evidence to say she was granted extra armor days. How long would it have taken her to just do a quick cylinder check of all the ammunition, to do a quick rattle? Do you think the defense put on a good case? Was there something that you said, I would have expected them to do something differently?
Well, you're talking about my colleagues. I've known Jason Bowles and Carrie Morrissey for decades, so
yes,
it would be really tough for me to tell you that someone did an inferior job. I would like,
which is, by the way, let me. I don't believe at all. I actually think they both did terrific jobs given the facts and circumstances of this case, particularly Carrie Morrissey, who was put in as the special prosecutor in this case, coming from a defense attorney.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. I do want to say that I think the best lawyer out of the team was probably the attorney for Dave Halls, who handled it, got it
I know you have no bias in that whatsoever, but yes.
None at all. But the OSHA report, that's kind of going back to the merits. The OSHA report, that's really interesting because, of course, OSHA found management and producers responsible because that's the OSHA inquiry. That's what OSHA does. They decide if the job in total, the entire safety of a workplace is safe. So there's no way that they're going to hold any one individual responsible. They just determine that's their inquiry. Was the workplace safe or was it not? So I was surprised that that came in. I do think that there's the issue of it was a messy workplace and Hannah, Ms. Gutierrez Reed was kind of running all over the place. I do see that cuts both ways because that almost supports the prosecution's case that she was above perilous. She couldn't manage at all. And that's not anyone's fault but hers for taking the position. And I also see that the defense side is that, look, she couldn't have possibly managed it, almost conceding the recklessness. I was kind of I would go back and forth on that defense.
Right. All right. Well, at
Does that
least
make sense?
That does make sense. And listen, I think you nailed it very well. Very, very political. Very good. No, but I think look. I actually think they're both doing terrific jobs. I would like to see a little less fighting between them, but hey, what are you going to do? But Lisa Tarraco, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it too. Such a pleasure.
Such a pleasure.
Tell
all
Haley
right.
I said
Oh, I will. So listen, here's what we're going to do. If you have any last like Lisa's here too. So listen, I just want to thank our incredible partner and sponsor one more time, Morgan & Morgan, for helping make these kinds of shows happen. As I said, with this Russ case, especially when you're dealing with tragic, unfortunate events that happen when you least expect it, getting injured is one of those times. And it is so important to know what your rights are if you're ever serious law firm in the country, because they fight for the compensation you deserve. And you know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. I'm talking verdicts recently. Verdicts, $6.8 million New York, $12 million Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia. I mean, Morgan & Morgan, they don't settle for lowball offers from insurance companies. And these verdicts, they are considerably higher than the highest insurance offers for these accidents. Fighting big companies takes a big firm. And what makes Morgan & Morgan very special is not just how big they are, but I always talk about how easy they make it for their clients. They've completely modernized the process because you submit your claim, you talk to your legal team, all from your smartphone. You can see if you have a case in just a few minutes. And the fee is absolutely free unless you win. So to start your claim now with Morgan & Morgan, go to forthepeople.com/LC sidebar. Hopefully we have it up in the link in the description, pinned in the comments. But listen, everybody. We got one more. One more question from Canned Can Opener. Thank you so much. Thank you for complimenting my username. How do you think the circumstances and result of the attorneys having to voice objections privately before the judge affected the trial from the jury's view? They're not supposed to. They're not supposed to. When they go to a sidebar, the jurors are not supposed to use that in any way in their deliberations. Can't say they're human beings, what they take away from it. They shouldn't be hearing what is privately being said between the attorneys and the judge. That is why the attorneys go to the bench to have that conversation outside the presence of the jury. But your answer is it should have no effect. All right. I have to thank everybody for joining us today and for the super chats and the questions. We can't thank you enough. We really, really appreciate it discussing the Hannah Gutierrez Reed case. I know we've all waiting to see what is going to happen with these deliberations. And look, we want to go live on YouTube more during these court lunch breaks and talk about current trending trials regularly. Who knows, maybe even daily. If you like this segment, let us know in the comments for next time, because I had a great time. I thought this was fun. There's nothing more fun for me than getting to hear from all of you, interact with all of you, learn about your opinions, your big cases. So let us know if you want us to do this again. Let us know if there's a case that you really want us to cover. We very much appreciate it. I'm Jesse Weber. I'll speak to you next time.
Oh, it looks like my phone is lagging behind here. Let me, how long has it been? A break. Okay, not long. Oh, sorry about that. Yes, we're cleaning up and so forth, and trying to troubleshoot the electrics, and no luck with the electrics. And my back muscles are cramping, so I come back to the computer now. So let's turn back on. Where did it go? Okay, this is the camera guy, the dolly grip. Sidebar. Okay, still sidebar. Okay, here they come.
All right, Mr. Adiego, let's proceed. Do you recall the question?
If you give it to me again, please.
Walk us through your experience with safety protocols by film set armorers when the armorer brings a weapon onto set to be used in the filming of a scene prior to your experience on the set of Rust.
My experience has been that typically the armorers would have some sort of safety meeting or lecture before any of firearms are going to be used in the filming of a scene.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety meeting, who is the person on set in your experience who usually calls for safety meeting?
An email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would receive an email, typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would a call sheet that would list who will be on set, both cast and crew. It'll tell us what production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are besides the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather. And then on the day of filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting. Here's the.
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there. So hypothetically, if the scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what's in the different lows?
They tell us if we're using dummies or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise in a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be the firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
Certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would, at the very least, be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens with special acrylics like Lexan bulletproof glass, essentially. So yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm, but the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them, or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what I guess the props people that make them put a little BB in there. So the armor can shake that dummy and you would hear a little BB rattle in there. And that's supposed to let us know that that particular bullet or round is safe.
So is this the information that you would receive at a safety meeting?
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the safety bulletins put out by IATSE.
And what is IATSE?
IATSE is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IATSE?
Typically, no.
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to. Yes. Is
IATSE the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Is someone in production would generate that and get it out to us, and whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that?
Not with what I know.
And you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard to safety bulletins, was there a difference between the way that safety bulletins were handled on the set of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated in that had firearms and armorers?
Yes.
Tell us the difference.
So in those emails that I referred to earlier, it typically would say, please, it would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
You don't recall ever getting a single one?
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin from Rust Productions, no.
Let's jump to safety meetings. On the other sets that you worked on that had guns and armorers, how frequently would a safety meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
I don't know that I was invited to more than one during our couple of weeks on Rust.
So for the entire 2 weeks, you are only aware of one safety meeting?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so we talked about safety bulletins and safety meetings. Go ahead and continue to walk us through, in your experience, the protocol of an armor with firearms.
In my experience, the armors are usually well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set, because they literally have people's lives in their hands. They don't joke around. They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement and have some sort of background with firearms.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as serious or professional as I'm accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times, and firearms and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is any ammo they use, blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other plastic type ammo container. So.
Now, in terms of you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
It was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. Some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around cart with drawers that they can lock. A drawer that potentially has the individual actor's or character's name on that drawer. So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary that those firearms weren't secured.
And why is it concerning that the firearms aren't secured?
Well, I don't know that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
And what's your understanding of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So,
okay. Now, based on your experience, just generally, what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator. And he's asking to give expert testimony on what armors.
He's not, sorry.
This is based upon his personal experience only, and as long as it stays there, it's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
if you don't mind the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's responsibilities on a movie set?
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks that take place when an armorer is bringing a firearm onto the set for filming.
Typically, the first AD, the first assistant director, would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene, whether they're loaded or not. They would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm onto set. And then typically the armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks, whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds, to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power, and then making sure that anybody that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need, and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel, why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't cleaned in firearms and a blank was fired, and whatever debris was in that barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
So with regard to your experiences with Miss Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
Well, they call them safety checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
With regard to the sequence that you described, where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, does the armorer hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo. So a particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round or another.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured, you would have one of potentially three indicators that it is not a live round. One being a hole drilled in potentially one side or two sides of the brass. So you'd actually see a hole in the bullet. Sometimes the primer is either already struck by something or it's removed altogether, the primer being the end of the bullet. Or they would shake them like you'd hear like a rattle because there's a BB inside that brass or steel case.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
The armorer.
And on the set of Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
In your experience on other movies, when is the gun loaded with the ammunition by the armorer? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be within moments of that safety check where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armorers, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go. And then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew.
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you?
We were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it back to our actors.
And when you say she was put in a position, who would have put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
And with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
Give me just one moment. Were you present for the filming of every scene that was filmed on the set of Rust during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
The scene may require a couple of Each time we roll the camera and cut, that would be considered one take. So depending on what the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their performance, we would potentially do multiple takes as we worked our way through the different angles of the scene. So it may be from one actor to the next, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next actor that's in that same scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded, were you present for every single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay. In terms of the way that you've experienced this on other movie sets, how does the armor behave with regard to if the armor provides a gun to an actor? In your experience on other movie sets, does the armor just walk away?
In my experience, the armor is never out of eyesight of whatever weapons or ammo they're in charge of.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that particular issue, that being the armor always staying within eyesight of the gun.
I don't know that the armor was always within eyesight of the firearms being used on set.
Okay. And do you recall being present on the set of Rust on a day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns?
Yes.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall happening?
I think the first one was I don't know if the prop master was loading or unloading.
And let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah, I think her name was Sarah Zachary.
Okay.
Was her name. We were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it, and she seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Can you tell us, in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
It made a bang, but it didn't, I don't know if there was a bullet or not, because I don't know if it hit her foot, but it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple of horses on set, and again, it was unannounced. So it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
Were you preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
the so when that accidental discharge happened, I mean, what did it sound like?
A gun going off?
Okay. And you indicated that this accidental discharge occurred because that gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
And can you describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as Harlan Rust's cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Harlan Rust?
Harlan Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
I believe it was Alec's stunt double, so somebody dressed up to look like Alec, was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be a gun, some gunfire, and I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that firearm. And again, unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
And what did it sound like?
A loud gun going off.
And if you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
And in your experience on other movies with armorers, are accidental discharges common?
No.
Have you ever experienced an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll start again at 2:45. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, we've got a jury question. I didn't get a chance to read what the question was. Oops. Yeah, my brother just ran me over to 7-Eleven for a Diet Dew run. And I came back and it had gone quiet. So I was looking to see what was going on, and it says jury question. So, yes. Diet Dew is my poison of choice. Do we have it? Oops. It looks like we're waiting for somebody, or maybe for the jury. Yeah, oh, it's turned into a beautiful day here in Salt Lake City. My brother ran out trash for me, and we got the dishwasher loaded, and I did a load of laundry, and it's in the dryer. So I've been a busy girl while the jury's been deliberating. I've ordered a booster for the Wi-Fi. I don't think that and it should help extend the Wi-Fi outside, so that if I got the inkling to go out during the warmer spring weather and sit at the picnic table in my front yard and stream outside, I can do that. Hello, Mary Brenner. Who cares about your dishwasher and laundry? Well, I've been busy while listening. Who's the guy on the right? He doesn't look like a deputy. He's standing there like the deputy in the back, but not looking particular. He's in shirt sleeves and tie. Okay. Well, go on the record. Let me see if there's Let's see. Says Supreme Court sets April 25th Trump criminal immunity argument. I think they ruled on civil immunity, but not criminal. Maybe it was a federal appeals court. Now it's to the Supreme Court. Okay, nothing. Let's check the international news. It says killer workout. Drunk driver 26 who killed bride on her wedding day enjoys house arrest as she exercises on her new Charleston apartment terrace after her father paid $150,000 bond to get her out of jail. House arrest is a joke, in my opinion. I mean, we've all heard so many times where they've done something like put the tracking thing on the pet that the person is gone. Oh, Kentucky Senate passes bill to grant the right to collect child support for unborn children. Yeah. Okay, it says seek child support for pregnancy expenses. That's fair game, but child support, the child isn't taking up any more room in a house while in the womb. So it's not like they need another bedroom for it. So maybe you can give the mother a little extra expenses for food, clothing, transportation for doctor visits, medical care, etc. Elon Musk says he's considering scrapping likes and reposts on X posts in latest radical overhaul since buying Twitter. Well, for one thing, it's the logo is X, but if you look at the URL, it says twitter.com. It doesn't say x.com. So, yeah, I still call it Twitter. Boeing is not cooperating with the National Transportation Safety Board investigation into the mid-air blowout of Alaska Airlines flight. CEO of doomed Titanic expedition joked, "What could go wrong in a radio interview weeks before the disaster?" New documentary reveals as experts describe passenger torturous final moments. Okay, are still waiting. What are they waiting on? Mm. Okay, I was just curious. Our person who's critic of my updates on what I've been doing during jury deliberations. Nothing. Nothing new on my stats, but let's see. Let me check something else out here. Okay. What was I checking? Oh, I know. I was checking out some YouTube. Oh, well, I don't want to start another video. No verdict yet. The jury has a question. Let me see. Did my Okay, here we go. Oh, the verdict has been reached. Oh, wow. I thought we were waiting on a jury question. Viewpoint at 5 hours. I guess they asked and run. And it was answered.
All right, you may be seated.
And that made up their minds. Okay.
Four-person, have you reached a verdict?
Yes.
All right, let me see the verdict form.
She needs a hearing.
And if it's not guilty on all counts, I'll eat my hat. She's got a poker face on her. Never shows much.
All right, so let me repeat. I said, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, through the four-person verdict.
Yes.
All right, and do you wish to read the verdicts?
Sure.
Okay, I would start with count one. Okay, you have both of them. Will the defendant please stand?
We find the defendant, Hannah Gutierrez, guilty of involuntary manslaughter as charged in count one. We find the defendant, Hannah
This has been pretty much a lot of publicity, and you don't have to, okay? So you can just simply say, do not wish to talk and move on, and if anybody bothers you, we really try to protect your privacy. If anybody bothers you, simply call my division, and we'll figure out what to do. But you also may talk, okay? So it's entirely up to you, okay? All right, so you can escort them out? All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Okay, I thought that there was room for doubt on the evidence tampering.
Just a minute.
It's she did, but there's a little room for doubt. So, did the victims get to say anything, or they didn't say there were two?
Custody, and we will set a sentencing date. What is the best, what do you want to look like on that?
It must be your mother.
Counsel?
In terms of the sentencing date?
Yes.
There are 2 weeks in May that I'm unavailable. Those are the last 2 weeks of May.
All right. Mr. Bowles?
Your Honor, as soon as this court has time, we will be available.
All right, so, do you have any conflict like that? She said May. Do you have any conflict?
She's guilty of negligent manslaughter because her actions led to the death.
And conflicts along the way.
Listen, like mid-May, Your Honor, I don't think I have any conflicts.
I'm sorry, not understanding. Do you have, okay, we're in March, do you have time before May?
Oh, come on. Down the image. Yeah, negligent homicide. She's guilty.
You have time of day.
Okay, sure, all right, okay. All right, anything else before the court?
And I think that's what it comes down to, those couple of minutes right before she passed off the gun. Everything else that happened is just that moment. It's gutting, but this is what it is. I also think she was in a that's evidenced by how irresponsible, how sloppy she was on set, how disorganized she was on set.
Ron Zambrano, I want to get your
Sorry about that. My computer chose that moment to crash. Yeah, let's do that. We can do a recap and maybe go over some of the commentary on this. Yeah, I seem to be struggling with the computer right now. But as I say, I have ordered a device to boost the Wi-Fi signal, and so that should be coming before Chad Daybell's trial starts. And let's see. As soon as I have transportation again, I'm going to be picking up a new router box from the Xfinity store. That last the armorer expert witness said some things which might make it easier for Alex to get off, but he did some things which were, not just in the fire, aiming at Halyna and pulling the trigger, but in hiring the incompetent armorer so that he could do things on the cheap and so forth. That's kind of indications of negligence on his part that contributed. If you hire an incompetent person to do a job, it seems like it's a foreseeable thing that they might have an accident. And when you have two misfires in the days leading up to the fatal shooting, that should have been a wake-up call that they needed to do better and replace her with somebody. So well, Kitty, do you want to weigh in here? Do you want to weigh in? No? She's not talking. So I think that Alec ought to be nervous and maybe be looking at a plea deal. I think that the sentence was 18 months. And if they could just plead it down to some other lesser charge, he probably wouldn't do very much time at all, especially if he's a good boy in jail. So, well, let's call it a day, and maybe we'll look at highlights from the trial. I'll try to set something up in the afternoon for doing highlights from the trial and replay the verdict and see what some of the post-conviction commentary is and its implication for Alec. And so I will bid everybody have a great afternoon or evening for those of you across the pond, Indiana. And we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.